Mic check. Is that okay? This level's fine? All right. Let's just check the handheld also. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Is that level okay? Okay.
ऑफ करो.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We request all our guests to kindly get seats. Due to road closure, there's a slight delay in the program because few of our guests are stuck outside. As soon as they make their way in, we'll be starting with the show. Please bear with us. Thank you so much. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We request all of you to kindly take your seats. All the guests who are outside the ballroom also, please join us inside as we're about to get the show started. Guests at the back, please join us back. And I request all of you to please put your cell phones off. Just in case you need to make an emergency call, please do that by going outside to the pre-function area of this ballroom so that we can have a smooth show. We'll be starting in just a few minutes from now. Thank you. morning, ladies and gentlemen. We request all our guests who are outside the hall to please join us inside and kindly take your seats so that we can start the show. We still have a few founders outside the hall. If we can have you in, please, and take your seats. And the ones who are already here seated, I request you to please put your cell phones off or on the silent mode. Just in case you need to make an emergency call, please go outside the pre-function area and then do so that we can have a smooth run of the show. We'll be starting the event in the next 2 minutes. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I request all our guests who are outside the hall to please join us quickly. We're about to start the show now. All the guests to be seated, please. The ones who are just outside taking the photographs, can we have them in, please? We'll have a lot of time to do that later in the day as well. Thank you. So there we go. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ritika Jhanji Chaktiani, and it is an absolute pleasure to welcome all of you, Pontaq's family members, I'm told from across the country, to Pontaq's Portfolio Day. I think it's always great to start the day with a huge round of applause and make your presence felt. Thank you. Now, since there's so many founders in the audience today, I think we all know that starting a company is a riveting roller coaster ride. Do we all agree with that? It's got its tremendous highs, and then it has its difficult lows. But you know what can really get us through the ups and downs and the highs and lows is connecting with the great minds. And this is what this day is all about. Not only will you get to network with founders and co-founders like you from Pontaq's family across the country, you will also get to hear leading investors, government dignitaries, policymakers who share the common vision of strengthening the entrepreneurial ecosystem with you all. Now, Pontaq, as you all know, is a cross-border innovation fund investing in early-stage technology companies in UK and India, and subsequently helped them scale also across USA and Canada. We are very glad to share with you that Pontaq has been appointed as the fund manager by AIC STPI Next as a part of its NGIS initiatives. And today, with you, we are here to celebrate the spirit of entrepreneurship and collaboration. Now, having said all of this, let me not forget that we have a specially curated surprise for all of you that's taken a whole lot of effort to put together, but more on that later in the day. But believe me, you really wouldn't want to miss that. Now, having said all of this, shall we get it all started? So let the show begin. And now let's kickstart this very special event with this very special session. To take the inaugural session forward, I would like to first request Dr. Mohan Kaul, Chairman Pontaq and former Chairman Commonwealth Business Council, to please join us on stage and take his seat. I would also like to request Dr. Arvind Kumar, DG STPI, to please join him on the stage. We also have with us this morning Mr. Adam Taylor, Head of Economics and Finance, UK FCDO. I request him to please join us on stage and kindly take his seat. And ladies and gentlemen, for the inaugural session, please put your hands together for the Managing Partner Pontaq, Mr. Prem Parthasarthi. So to mark the beginning of this very special session, I would like to request a recognized policy advisor, a business leader, a social entrepreneur, development specialist, and academician onto this dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Chairman of Pontaq and the former Chairman, Commonwealth Business Council, Dr. Mohan Kaul.
Good morning, everybody. It's indeed a great pleasure to see all of you, the founders of various companies and the future wealth creators and wealth creators of today. But Arvind Kumar, Director General STPI, welcome. Adam Taylor, good to see you. And my good friend and our host today, Prem Parthasarthi. Please give a round of applause for Prem. That's his name. And actually, Prem and I met about 7 years ago, right in London. The appropriate name for Prem, you know what it is, love. And that is what you fall in love with Prem, because that's what drives his whole passion of creating wealth, creating entrepreneurs, supporting entrepreneurs. That is what we are standing for, Pontaq. And we welcome to this portfolio day, which is our first event, and it's very, very great pleasure to welcome you all on this first day. And this room is full of technology entrepreneurs, future unicorns, the technology geniuses who are going to create a wealth in India and abroad. So you are kind of the core of Pontaq. You are the Pontaq, and your success is Pontaq's success. Our aim is to help you become successful companies, become unicorns, become wealth creators, become business leaders. And we are really fortunate to have worked with you, identified you, created with knowledge with you. I would like to thank Mr. Arvind Kumar, STPI, Director General, who has been kind of very important for this to happen. So we were very fortunate to work with STPI. STPI has been the source of our encouragement, and we would like with STPI to create this 100 million pounds fund that we are working on, to hope to get it by next year concluded. And we're happy to sort of work with STPI next. And Mr. Arvind Kumar, I did make a suggestion, your next STPI next should be in London. and we would like to host you there. So together we're creating new jobs and wealth in India, and it's a large family. And what we are looking for with you is technology entrepreneurs, technology creators, but who are responsible and creating sustainable business. So we are innovative, we are sustainable, and we are responsible businesses. And that's what this room is there. And we want to congratulate each of you to be that innovator, technology innovator, to be creating a business which is sustainable, and to be a responsible business leader. But you can see my hair, and I have been here for a long time. So you are young people. Please, there is nothing stopping you to achieve your dreams, but be careful that the best thing is to stick to your principles, and integrity is the most important thing in entrepreneur's life. So therefore, please follow your principles, follow your dreams, and we will help you to innovate, we will help you to support, we will help you to create wealth, and we are there together in this journey. The Pontaq's strategy driving the agenda is to create wealth with principles, with integrity, with sustainability. And we're also cross-border fund, as you must have seen. So India is the main focus, but we have a similar kind of family of businesses in UK. We would like you guys to come to UK, as many of you, and I leave that to Adam, but UK, India is looking, we are in the middle of preparing a free trade agreement between UK and India. The Minister of Commerce was last week in London, and I had the opportunity of hosting one of the sessions on investors to India. So we are hoping that we will see as many of you companies in UK because that is where our advantage is to create this cross-border knowledge, cross-border trade, cross-border investment, and we would like people to innovate and scale up globally. So that's I want to also take this opportunity to thank the government of United Kingdom, who has supported this fund from the beginning, and I leave to Adam to do that, but I wanted to thank government, STPI, government of India, government of UK, to make the journey of Pontaq possible. With this, thank you very much for attending, and I look forward to a very, very, very fruitful discussions during the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohan Kaul. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is the former senior advisor at telecom regulator TRAI. As the Director General of Software Technology Parks of India, he has been working at making STPI a one-stop shop for technology startups. We at Pontaq are extremely grateful for his continued support towards our endeavor to encourage startups across social, economic, and geographical tiers. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri Arvind Kumar.
Good morning. Chairman Pontaq Sri Mohanji, other distinguished guests on the dais, distinguished guests of the dais, founders, investors, managers of various VC funds, innovators, experts, ladies and gentlemen. It is really proud moment to be the part of inaugural session of Portfolio Day organized by Pontaq. It's very important day for all of us because this ultimate objective is to meet to each other, which is innovators, founders, experts, fund managers, and so on, which is actually key to the success. Today, collaboration is the key to the success. I think this meeting is for basic purpose of collaboration among various stakeholders. When you say success, success does not come because you wanted success. Success comes when you are at the right place at the right time. And you all are at the right time at the right place. This is the country which is having third largest ecosystem for the startup. We have already celebrated 100 unicorns in this country. And this technology is the only thing which can transform all the industries, not only the tech industry. We are living in the decade area, which is next 10 years government has announced, not decade, but it's decade. And you all are at the right place as an innovator, as an investor, or collaborating in any manner in startup ecosystem. Today time is who can transform faster. And we as in India had transformed so many things faster than any other country. Whether it is a fintech domain, whether it is UPI transactions. Today we are having more than 5 billion transactions per month. No country was able to do it, which is more than $800 revenue, more than that 800, triple eight. And this shows our commitment to transform the things. We have government portal, which is unique for this country. So we are in a position to transform industries. We are in a position to transform tech industry of this world. And you all are on the front of it. NGIS scheme is approved by Government of India, which is 95 crore schemes in terms of rupees. And 60 crores rupees has to be given as a seed fund to various startup. And Pontaq is one of the most important partner for us because they have to do this important job. It is not easy to write first check to the startup. It's most difficult job. Once somebody has done valuation, some investment has been made, it's easy to write to the check. But first check is the most important, which that important task has been taken by the Pontaq on his own soldiers. That is important thing, and Pontaq is, we have agreed with Pontaq that they will also bring matching fund of corpus of 60 crores. And I've been informed they have done multiple times of 60 crores, which is, I think, somewhere 750 crores. And this is the great thing to celebrate for the Pontaq. They have not only done wonderful job in bringing the next investment, but some of the companies, they must also be celebrated. Some of the companies have able to bring the co-investment, and some of the companies has also done a wonderful job and their valuation has, I think, after the investment is more than 8x. So these all are the achievements which we were able to bring with the help of Pontaq. Pontaq is a good partner. They have been brought in follow-up fund very timely and putting all efforts to change the startup ecosystem of this country. We must thank, I am very thankful to Pontaq for this very timely action. And this conference is naturally very timely, very apt, because this is the time when we require this kind of the deliberation, this kind of the collaboration. I wish all the best for Pontaq for this very single day, I think today, and we are meeting tomorrow also, for this very conference or seminar, whatever. So thank you very much. Thank you for all.
Thank you to you, Shri Arvind Kumar, for making time out of your schedule and joining us for this very special day and making it even more special for us. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned, that Pontaq is a cross-border innovation fund which invests in early-stage technology companies in India and UK. So we're very, very glad to have Mr. Adam Taylor with us today. Mr. Adam Taylor is the Head of Economics and Finance, UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. He's based out of British High Commission in Delhi. In his previous role, he was the Head of IMF Policy with the UK Treasury. Let's all welcome Mr. Adam Taylor to the dais.
Thanks a lot, and thank you again for having me at this portfolio day today. I see there's a clock at the back saying 10 minutes. I'm really not hoping to take up that much of your time, but I would just like to spend a couple of minutes just saying why this is really exciting to us as the UK government, why what Pontaq is doing is really exciting, why what all of you are doing is really exciting, and why we're really keen to support it. So after our last Prime Minister, Theresa May, announced Pontaq's early intentions as a UK venture capital firm, it's been really exciting to witness Pontaq's journey, and really exciting to be here for this milestone today. Pontaq is a really clear and great example of the UK and India working together to mobilize finance, to get finance to where it's needed in terms of startups, but also, as others have mentioned, sort of sustainable startups in particular. And we, as the UK government, are really committed to that exchange of both expertise and capital between our two countries to support growth in both of our economies. This is a key reason why we are negotiating, as Mohan said, a free trade agreement with India on a fast-track footing, with our two Prime Ministers having set a deadline of Diwali to complete this deal. And negotiations on that free trade agreement, I'm pleased to say, have entered their fourth round this week in London. So my colleagues are back in London negotiating the fourth round of that FTA as we speak. This all sits in the context of a wider UK-India 10-year roadmap, which was agreed by our two Prime Ministers last year in order to bring our relationship across all areas to an ambitious new level. And startups and venture capital play a really important role in fostering the innovation which can create this growth in both of our countries and really help to drive this relationship forward, supporting that 10-year roadmap. So because of this, as the UK government, we are supporting the Indian startup ecosystem in three main ways. So firstly, by injecting our own development capital into areas of the economy which need innovation the most, in particular through British International Investments, which was formerly known as CDC, and also through new funds such as our pioneering new Green Growth Equity Fund, which we have established in partnership with the Government of India. Secondly, by supporting UK venture capital and finance firms such as Pontaq to explore the Indian market and to deploy capital here. And thirdly, by supporting Indian companies ready to go global with setting up a UK office and growing through our own innovation economy. And it's really exciting to hear from Prem that some of the companies here are already doing that. And again, we're really keen to support that however we can. So it's really exciting to see the scale of impact that can be achieved through business and government, both in the UK and in India, working collaboratively. And I'm really looking forward to learning more about what we can do together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adam Taylor. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the man who has defined the overall strategy and vision of Pontaq and has successfully demonstrated the growth and expansion of technology companies from UK to India and vice versa. The partnerships engineered by him, both with the private and government organizations, have provided immense scaling opportunities to the portfolio companies. Please welcome the managing partner of Pontaq, Mr. Prem Barthasarthi. All yours, Mr. Prem.
Good morning. Some of you asked me, how do I feel? Actually nervous, to be honest, as an entrepreneur. Started off with nothing, and here we are. So, honorable members of the dais, Dr. Call, DG sir, Mr. Arvind, and Adam from the UK FCTO. It's a great pleasure to be sharing the stage with you. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to the Pontaq Portfolio Day. It's a dream come true. When I was young, Dad and Mum always said, Prem, you need to work hard. You need to excel in life every single day. And as luck would have it, I became a management consultant. And I was working in Microsoft Excel every day. And I told Dad, I'm living up to your dreams. I'm excelling every day in life. And this morning, I called Dad. And I said, Dad, need your blessings. And he was asking, how's it all going? I explained, this is what's happening. Having listened to all that, he said one word, excellent. That was a moment of pride. But this pride did not come easy. Because when we started this, well, the world asked many questions. Didn't come from a venture capital background, didn't come from, just a different country, all that. So the questions were things like, can you do it? Is it really possible? Why you? But we just wanted answer for one question. What if we did it? And that what if resonated with all of us in the team. And that together, we created a dream. And the dream is what is Pontaq today. But this dream, when it started, it had its own shivers. When I left my job with a great consulting firm in the UK, it was a 16th floor building, posh buildings and all that, comfort of a job, 9 to 5, whatever. I came out of this revolving doors out of the 16-story building. It was January in London. And as the English saying goes, cold running through your spine. I felt it literally and figuratively on that day. A father of 2 by then, when I left that particular door, I had only 2 things. I had this man bag where I was carrying my laptop, and that laptop ceased to exist because I was no reason. I had to surrender the laptop to my consulting company, and there was no reason for me to have another laptop. And then all I had was the other thing, which was the severance package that I had. And at that moment, I decided that I had a great task in front of me. Create an identity, create a business, and create entrepreneurs. So that was the task. So that's how we set out on that big dream. But at that point in time, my mind told me I should turn back and look at the building for once. But my heart said, no. I just walked off, because if I had turned around, I would have given myself a second chance. I'm sure each of you here would have had similar instances in your life, and that's why we are all here. Now, coming to the dream again, every dream has a beginning. Every dream has an anchor. You all have had dreams. You all have shunned your day job, corporate life, whatever you want to do, and doing what you're doing today. Similarly, for us, our anchor was STPI, and is STPI. And without that, we wouldn't exist today. And that's an interesting story, because many years ago, when I came to Delhi, that probably was the first or second time I came into Delhi. I've never been to Delhi. And, as an entrepreneur, you're on the street, you want to kind of condense your stay to save money and so on and so forth. You're walking through the streets. So I had forgotten about breakfast and lunch, and then the meeting with STPI was about 3:30 in the afternoon, and my flight was at 7 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I walked in. And I was telling myself, I'm banging on every single door as much as possible with my absolute strength. The team is backing. If there was one organization which really understood what we're really trying to do, what we're trying to achieve, and what we really want to deliver as value, let them see it, and we will deliver. And thank you very much, STPI. Thanks for recognizing this, and here we are. And thank you for having the confidence, as DG Sir was talking about, the 60 crores of funding, which allowed us our entry into India with a mandate to have another 60 crores. But I'm pleased that that 120 crores is now 750. And together with the 750, we will deliver a lot of value for a lot of companies. Now, but that dream is also partly true already. In this room, we have 50 companies. 50 companies that we have invested through STPI into India, and coming from 23 states of India. And if I tell my dad, he would say, what happened to the remaining? That's how he is. And most importantly, the proudest moment is 41% of these founders are women-founded or co-founded businesses. That's an incredible feat that we have achieved. Even companies in the West are struggling to find women founders. So that tells us two things. India is dreaming big, and Indian women entrepreneurs are dreaming big. So, thank you. At the same time, what is also important is the collective intellectual property that these companies are creating is 31 as it stands. And most importantly, as DG Sir was talking about, in terms of the number of jobs, which is being a mandate that is to be created, you are collectively already delivering 1,500 jobs. And that's not an easy number. So that means that dream which started around the revolving door is no more just one dream. It's a dream of 51 with all of you. It's 51 today. In 2 years' time, that will be 301. That's the target we're after. That's what we're trying to achieve. But most importantly, when we talk about this 50 or 300 dreams, what is to be noted is the collective power that we will have, the collective impact that we will deliver from a financial standpoint, and also from a standpoint of jobs. Our research, and we are fairly confident about this research, is with you all, you can collectively create a market cap in India of 30,000 crores, bare minimum, in the next 5 to 10 years. And you should all be proud of that. And you all can create and will create jobs of 30,000 to 40,000 in the next 5 to 10 years. And we're already seeing the evidence of that. So our dream in Pontaq is to make your dreams come true. Together, we will dream. Together, we will celebrate entrepreneurship. Together, we grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prem, for that. It was really insightful hearing you. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for such an interesting inaugural session. We thank you for your presence here. And as we set the stage for the next proceedings of the day, we request you to please take your seats down there. Thank you so much. All right. Now moving forward with the proceedings of the day. Over the course of the next few hours, we will bring you many founders, their products, their stories, and the vision for their products. And we at Pontaq are extremely proud of the kind of need that these products are setting out to meet. And one such product is Deep Vision, an example of how technology can add true value by making inclusiveness a reality across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for CEO and founder of Deep Vision, Mr. Jayasudan.
Good morning, all. Slightly nervous, so bear with me. My name is Jayasudan. It's a real great pleasure and honor to be in front of you. First of all, thanks to Prem and the Pontaq family for having us here. So yeah, thanks again. I'm here with my co-founder, Arul Praveen. Thank you. So at Deep Vision Tech, we are on a mission to empower people with disabilities to live independently using innovative AI-based solutions. So from that portfolio, the first solution is called Let's Talk Sign. According to World Health Organization, there are about 466 million people in the world, which is about 5% of world population, with disabling hearing loss. When it comes to deafness, there are multiple challenges. Few of them are communication, lack of education in sign language, lack of job opportunities, lack of access to essential services or public services in sign language, all these resulting to social isolation and discrimination. And unfortunately, the existing solutions which are transcription or video caption based are not that helpful in the Indian context. That's why we built our solution, Let's Talk Sign, which will empower the deaf to use their own mother tongue, so to say, which is sign language, to interact with others and understand and consume the digital content as well. Let's Talk Sign is an automatic real-time sign language interpreter that can be used anytime, anywhere on any device. So we are working on 5 different variants of the solution to address the challenges that we discussed. So from an application point of view, communication app, digital accessibility tool, education app, workplace inclusion app, public services app, and customer support app are the variants that we are working on. Few of them are in the customer pilots, few of them are launched, We'll see a quick demo of one of them right now. So this is a digital accessibility tool demo. This is a customer pilot that I'm doing with one of the NGOs. A bit of context before we go into this. So this tool can be integrated with a website or a mobile app. Right now, this is integrated with our customers' livelihood training website. The training normally happens at the premise of the NGO or our customers. That lasts somewhere between 45 to 60 days, but because of COVID lockdown, the trainings could not happen. Our NGOs basically train the people with disabilities and then place them in various organizations across India. And unfortunately, because of this lockdown, the trainings could not continue, and hundreds of deaf candidates were impacted because of that. And right now, we are helping our customer to sort of enable their training content. That way, they can sort of provide these trainings virtually from anywhere, and then, of course, scale their training and activities as well, right? So that's the context. So our tool sits in the website like that. Clicking on it activates it. The 3D avatar introduces herself as Arya. And then when you hover the mouse over the text content on the website, it highlights in orange color, indicating that's interpretable. You click on it, and then the interpretation starts. For better focus on the interpretation, you can hide the UI controls. And of course, you can pause, resume, or even stop the interpretation anytime. There are a few other functionalities as well. So one of the functionalities, dictionary functionality. Just like any other dictionary, we can provide more explanation on a specific topic. This is really useful in the context of education, where we can explain more details on a specific topic or a term to the students, deaf students. Of course, we can change the speed of interpretation. Right now, there are 3 different speed levels: fast, medium, and slow. Of course, we can switch between dark mode and light mode. You can also move around the tool as per your convenience on the UI. So that's about it. Very short presentation and demo. So we welcome you all to join us to make positive impact on millions of lives. Any questions, we can definitely take offline. But thanks again for this opportunity, Prem and Pontaq team. Great pleasure and honor to be here with you guys. Thanks.
Many congratulations to you for such an initiative. Can we have a huge round of applause for Deep Vision and both the founders who are working at empowering those with disabilities? Thank you. And now it's time, ladies and gentlemen, to unveil a very special booklet. Now, we at Pontaq, we truly believe that India continues to evolve as a startup superpower, with innovation emerging from Tier 1 to Tier 4 cities. The founders of these startups are solving some real life problems, trying to deliver safe, healthy quality of life to citizens of the world. They're constantly looking for markets, new avenues to deliver their solutions, and this is where Pontaq is trying to help them by bridging the demand and supply gap. So this booklet that you will see unveiled in just a few minutes from now is a quick summary of a research that Pontaq did in collaboration with each of the startups in its portfolio. To talk more about that and for the unveiling, let me invite onto stage Mr. Prem Barthasati.
Check. Yeah, we just noticed one innovation from Let's Talk Sign, and when I start speaking about Let's Talk Sign to others, I just say, think Google Translate for speech and voice or sign language. So how does it work? And people are able to get it. So well done, Jayasudhan and team. So for us to unveil the book, may I also request Subodhji to join on the stage, please. Subodh and I have been talking a lot about various companies and discussing opportunities. Subodh, thank you. So what's important is if one such technology can bring in a world of inclusiveness, be it education, be it government, be it financial services, customer service, what can 50 do? Right? That's the whole question that we asked, and we've been discussing, and we're here to unveil the book. It's called 50 for 773, a quirky name that happened some midnight whenever we were discussing, and whenever I have such difficult conversations, I try and call my team and we start brainstorming, and thanks to Nikhil, who's standing there with the mask, Nikhil wave. Yeah, so we were discussing, and I said, what can we call this book? And then we call it 50 for 773. 50 innovations for the 773 districts of India. That's what it's all about. So, shall we unveil the book?
Oh, sure. Let's unveil the booklet. I think it's a great book. Look forward to unveiling. Please.
Yeah, please.
Let's, yeah.
After you. Can I play the... So when we decided to launch this book, we decided we'll go green. So no hard copies. So please, by all means, scan the QR code, and then you have a copy of the book. And Subodh, if I may, in terms of your thoughts on the book, and how do you think we can?
First of all, very good morning to everyone. I think it's great to be on this platform on this day when we're talking about Pontaq Portfolio Day within STPI under the leadership of our Director General, Shri Arvind Kumar ji. We are always looking forward to bring right support ecosystem to the startups of Pan India. We are grateful to have this the booklet coming out. The reason being because when it talks over 50 innovations, our vision is that we'll have soon this book and will not have enough pages because we'll have more number of startups to fill this booklet when we probably meet next time. Our vision is really to support 300 startups, as DG sir really said. The NGIS scheme or the schemes across STPI and across Ministry of Electronics and IT, the only reason why we want to bring out these innovations because government marketplace, which again DG sir said, and I think it's a great that government is always one of the buyers and also the consumers of the innovative solutions. Government today, at least the government of the day today, is looking forward to all technology solutions, whether it is coming from startups or whether it is coming from the big companies altogether. So 773, I think it's a great idea. When we were thinking, I still remember we brainstorming within our team to come out with such compendium. Probably we are still have to do some catch up there, but great to see this 50 for 773 coming out, and I'm sure the objective will be met when all these 773 districts will be touched upon by each one of you, by your solutions, by the people there. So thank you, Prem. I think great. And again, once let me thank RDG to have this occasion. Thanks, Chairman Mohan Kaulji, and thanks to Pontaq Prem and everyone present here, especially the startups founders whom we have met in last 2 years more virtually than physically. So good to have a meeting in person today with each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Subodhji. On behalf of all the entrepreneurs out there and being an entrepreneur, I would humbly request DJ Sir and you and your esteemed organization to open the doors for us to the various ministries. We have already touched upon about 24 ministries to where these companies can actually deliver value. We already started seeing snippets of that with a couple of state governments. We'll talk about that later today. But there is an immense amount of opportunities. As I said, 1,500 jobs today, 30,000 is not far off. Please help us. Thank you.
Definitely, definitely.
Thank you, Mr. Subodh and Mr. Prem, for unveiling the booklet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to a very interesting fireside chat with a veteran IT stalwart. This is going to be a great one because there'll be just so much to learn for all of us here. This gentleman has been an entrepreneurial businessman, an extraordinary founder and builder of NASSCOM, a globally unique and important chamber, and as an amazing catalyst in the startup world of contemporary India. Please put your hands together for Mr. Harish Mehta, former chairman of NASSCOM, who's joining us virtually. And to conduct this fireside chat, I would once again like to request Dr. Mohan Kaul, chairman of Pontaq, to please join us on stage. Yes, sir.
Harish.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning. Great to see you. I'm sorry we would have liked you to be in person here, and so, but we're good to see you from Bombay. Now, people here, as probably you know, we are about 100, over 100 people here, government officials, and founders, and entrepreneurs, innovators. There are 50 innovators who are the founders of 50 startup companies with whom Pontaq is working together with STPI. Huh? You? Yes. Oh, yes. So should I speak to him that way? Okay. Then I can sit.
The challenges of hybrid.
Then I can sit.
Yeah.
So we are here with 50 founders, and I thought, since you have been a founder of not only the Onward Technologies, a number of companies, when we met in early 70s, we all came from abroad, and you were a very, very handsome gentleman in Bombay. I had the opportunity of meeting you then. What drove you from there is as an entrepreneur, and then I will come to the other NASSCOM. But just to share with all the founders here, how was your journey briefly as a technology entrepreneur? Those days, IT, technology, software, hardware was very kind of new in India. And just give us highlights of your journey, please.
See, I was in USA from 71 to 76. I had a fantastic job, and my wife had a great job. I was a database manager at an American can. Both of us are earning great money. We had green card too, but we wanted to stay with the family, so we decided to come back to India. Now, working as a database manager in USA in a cubicle, I could see I can do the same work sitting in India, sitting in a cubicle. However, what I needed was a communication pipe from my office to the computer center of American can, let's say. So have access to their applications, databases, and the computers. But there was no pipe available in India. So, and then once you, what I would say that to enter the business, that time I made Department of Electronics Major General Balasubramaniam. He said, for a person like you to settle down in India, we have a scheme. We will allow you to import a computer and you can do local work, but you have to give 200% export commitment. Now, being database manager in USA at earning, let's say the labor arbitrage between India and USA was about 15 times at that time. So there's a great opportunity to do software export. And so I took up that challenge and started the company. Now, while as an entrepreneur, I didn't have money also. My father's business was not doing well. And my father-in-law's business had some serious labor problems. And so I come up with a business model where I got 80% money with a partnering a company called Hinditron, which you know Dr. Mohan called very well. And for other 20%, my father-in-law gave those monies as a non-refundable, interest-free loan to me. And that's how I started business. Now, my cousin at that time said, Harish, you will not be successful in India. You'll be back to US in 3 months. I said, why are you saying it? He said, here you do not know the cost of your competition. Somebody will do excise chori, somebody will do income tax chori, somebody will not pay customs duty. When you do not know the input cost of your competitor, how would you compete with them? So that's where I realized that to succeed in such an environment, I should be in a technology business which has meritocracy in some sense, that no customer will buy just because somebody is giving X money. It has to be driven on the capabilities of your solution. And I also was very clear I wanted a business which is export driven because I lived in US, I thoroughly enjoyed that life and didn't want to be India centric. So that's where I started my software business. But over the next 7-8 years, I realized more than 150 regulations strangulating the software business. Government didn't know what is software. Each department had a different meaning behind software. For example, today, these entrepreneurs who are in front of us doing product development work, what if the government comes and says, I will levy GST tax on every milestone that you reach on your product development? So that's what government came up in those days with an excise tax on us. So I went back to the one Mr. Reddy, who was a junior officer in the excise department. I said, sir, you cannot have excise tax. The spirit of excise tax is that cannot have a tax on software development. He understood the logic and he said, young man, I know what you're saying. I'll give you zero duty. But don't challenge me where I can put the excise tax. The air you are breathing in, I can put excise tax on that also. But you want zero, I'll give you zero. So that was the kind of environment. Like another example I give you is when I was exporting software, the custom officer asked me, what are you exporting? I said software. He said, give me a sample. Now what do you give? 10,000 pages of code, which is what we were exporting. And I explained to him, but he wouldn't know what it is. He said, give me a sample. So I printed, let's say, 10 pages and gave it to him. Then he said, give me the floppy on which you are exporting it. Now, many of you may not have even seen floppy probably, but Dr. Mohankal knows what the floppy is, and many of people from our group. Now, this floppy, he took it and he stapled it. So you can imagine the entire evidence was lost. Now, when I went to USA for export, my trip was from, you can say, Bombay, London, New York, and back. Now, due to some reasons, I had to change my schedule. I went to New York first, then London, and came back. Reserve Bank sent me a notice. Why did you change your itinerary? Justify it, explain it, and whatnot. So we were literally treated like a criminal in those days. So all those reasons come together. But on the other hand, the total outsourcing market was $500 billion. But what was accessible to us was only $10 billion. So there's huge potential provided we unblock all these challenges which were in front of us. And that's where I started, met many of my colleagues and started NASSCOM as an association.
Thank you. Thank you. That was, a good start from a recollection of some of the things that you have gone through. Please, all of you in the room, if you have a question for Harish, I don't know if anyone of you have read his book, Maverick Effect, and if you have any questions, just pass on to us. I will ask on his behalf. And later on, you can email it to me and I will get an answer from Harish there. So Harish, I mean, you touched upon this kind of NESCOM, and nowadays people don't necessarily remember how was the journey to work, as you said, working government and industry together. So what was the reason, I know, of creating this NESCOM? Was it to get all the industry people together, or was it dialogue with the government, or change the, or influence the policies of the government regarding the software or hardware industry at that time? Just give us a few clues on the NESCOM, because you were the first founder of this industry association, which is now a leading association, and we have people from government here listening how difficult it was at that time and how approachable government officials and decision makers are now. So go ahead, give us a little gist of that.
See, the first thing, I tell you, by forming NASCOM, the first thing we did was, what should be the vision for us? And you'll be surprised, we studied at that time CII, FICCI, SOCHM, many other associations, and everyone was focused on lobbying. We said that is not what we want to do only. That is the starting point. But we could see like $500 billion, out of which easily we can do, let's say, $150 billion, provided we unblock. But that unblocking needed entire healthy ecosystem to be built in India for software services. By the way, we even skipped the software product game because we were not comfortable that India is ready for software product game. Today we are ready, but that time we were not. So we say we only want to focus on software services. And so how do we build a healthy ecosystem? Because let's say every time the new technology wave comes, Java wave came, for example, how do you quickly develop skills in Java? Companies can't afford to build Java skills. So like every technology wave coming, we need to prepare the entire education system, private technical educational companies to teach the newer or coming in of the newer technologies. So we are ready when the opportunity comes from the customer perspective, we can take advantage of it. Similarly, first we say we have to build our India Inc. as a brand. In those days, Mohan, India was such a poor brand, you will be shocked that we couldn't find a single product of world-class quality being exported from India. Now, what do you compare with? And India had a very a very poor, I would say, brand for the India as a company or India as a country. So we had to say, we said one of our objectives is to build India Inc. as a brand. Now, this book that you referred to, this Maverick Effect, I've talked about in detail what are the number of things that we did to build India Inc. brand. Now, very fundamental, first thing that it needed was the quality. Now again, software project development, in those days there was a saying that projects always 95% complete, because it was more like a spaghetti code development. Luckily at that time, Carnegie Mellon developed ACI level 5 quality certification. If you follow those quality certification, you can deliver quality projects. So at NASCOM, we told every software company having more than software employees, that you must get ACI level 5 certification. And it reached when we improved quality of the work that we were doing was outstanding then. And over a time, India had the highest number of ACI level 5 quality certificates. So that showed that India Inc. started delivering software as per the customer need abroad. The other issue was that in lobbying, there's a major trust deficit between bureaucracy and us. I mean, like whenever we go to a small thing, for example, Copyright Act. Now, when we met the customer prospects, they would look at us as a thief. We are going to take away their code and software and sell it to somebody else. Now, how do you build trust between our customers and us? So we said we will strengthen the Indian Copyright Act. So when we made this, some of the bureaucrats, they said, are you kidding? Our Mahabharata, our Ramayana was free. Zero, we gave it to the world free. And now you want copyright to protect foreign software products and foreign software data? Even somebody said British has looted our Kohinoor is in London, whatever, our jewelry X, Y, and Z. This is our time to loot the Western world. We should not have any control over piracy on the software. We genuinely believed in right to copy and not in copyright. So those were the kind of challenges which we had going forward. I mean, by forming NASSCOM and then winning the trust of the bureaucrats. Now, to win the trust of the bureaucrats, all the policymakers, from day one, we said any of our meeting, any policymaker or any bureaucrat can attend without an invitation. They couldn't believe that we are inviting them for it without any, because normally the business people in those days were very secretive. They were scared that they'll come and closer to us and then put some other restrictions and controls over them. And here we were exactly the opposite. So that's how, and slowly we started winning trust of the bureaucrats. Like once Mr. Vittal came and he said, I can give you export benefit provided you agree to $400 million export commitment in 1 year. And I was the chairperson of NASSCOM at that time. We studied internally and we went back to him and saying, sir, it is not possible. We can't even do 250, forget about 400. He was surprised at the honesty and the transparency of NASSCOM in front of him. He said, yours is the first association which is telling me the truth. Every other association was just always says, we can do it, give us this export benefit, we'll deliver it. So, and he started enjoying our relations. So he even started saying NASSCOM means N stands for nuts, A stands for asshole, S stands for stupid, S stands for screwball and whatnot, and M stands for mad, and I am the leader. Mr. Vittal used to say, the government officer, and I am the leader of this group. He started loving our relations with him, and he started making phenomenal changes like STPI scheme, which was a game changer for us, or allowing us to get the communication pipe. We can talk about it later, yeah. So that's how sort of a formation of NASSCOM and the challenges, and we came forward.
Well, we have gone a long way from there, from government and businesses to be on adversaries to having the same dream. I mean, if you talk to the government people now and businesses, they want more business, they want government to work and tell us what you want, more of this. So today, the environment has changed. I mean, the government and business are working together in a same dream of getting India as the fastest growing and one of the largest economies in the world. So you use the word trust, you use the word, getting money to start, you use the vision, you use the word principles. Now here in the room, what is the advice to this new young entrepreneur who is working in a different environment? He is working with a friendly government now. He's working in a different environment of ability to raise money. That's how we are here in Pontaq, trying to work with a fund. So the environment is very different. So getting advice to these future innovators or future who are dreaming, they have a dream, but what else can you tell them to make their dream happen? Anyone has a question, please tell me, I can ask you. Yeah, go ahead, Harish.
See, if you look at 35 years back when we started NASSCOM and where we are today, look at India, for example. That was a time when we had no foreign exchange. India was bankrupt. Today, our industry earns $200 billion of foreign exchange. And this $200 billion top line for $152 billion of foreign exchange. Now, this $152 billion is equivalent to what Saudi Arabia is earning from oil. The difference is in that in Saudi Arabia, the money goes in one pocket, while in India, this money comes to thousands of companies into 5 million engineers' pockets. Today, industry employs 5 million engineers, and each engineer employs 4 to 5 engineers more. 4 to 5 other support people in the community. So we end up creating 5 times the jobs. So 25 million families are directly or indirectly supported by our industry. Our industry brought in, let's say, cultural transformation. We brought in corporate governance in the stock exchanges, which allowed FDI money to flow in. We brought in financial transparency in quarterly reports. Again, it strengthened the India Inc. brand as a nation to be trusted. We employed today 37% women. Now, can you imagine? We employ 1.5 million women in our industry. Now, what these women will do over the next 10 years is amazing, and I will see how it cultural change that it will bring in. Now, the reason I'm making some of these points is that you have to look at NASSCOM as a startup, which has now become a, if you call it unicorn, I would call it gigacorn at $150 billion. That's the kind of, so there are so many success stories behind this NASSCOM that the today's startup world can learn. I agree, environment has changed. There are many, today's entrepreneurs are fearless, imaginative, ready to take on the world. But on the other hand, it's also very uncertain world. Like in our case, we're a government who didn't understand software. But today also we have policymakers who don't understand, let's say, what is crypto, what is genome sequencing. There are so many advanced technology areas which the policymakers don't understand. So they need to learn. And that only can happen if startups get together, form an association equivalent to NASSCOM, and talk to the government. And we need proactive, consultative policy making. So today now the competition is from around the world. We were lucky in our time that our competition was our neighboring countries or other low-end countries. But our education system being strong, we could, and of course many other parameters, we became the leader in this game. To give an example, we inculcated a spirit of collaborate and compete. Now, collaborate and compete, keeping India first, I would say is one of the major learning from NASSCOM, which the startup entrepreneurs can learn. Just to give an example here, the China wanted to compete with India. Now, they appointed foresters, John McCarthy, to prepare a master plan to compete with India. He said you cannot come. He suggested strongly to create a NASSCOM equivalent association in China to compete with India. Now, to do that, to compete with, he said, nowhere in the world I have seen IBM, Accenture, Infosys, TCS, Wipro around a table, keeping India first, solving industry issues. So that is the kind of impact that the association creates by working together and collaborating together. Today, the startup world, they try to pull each other's competitors. I would say, please pull back. Don't do that. Be focused on build your industry first, as a part of what you are doing on your own. So that is one message I would give. The second message I would give is dream big, because say, at NASSCOM, when we started, we were 50 million. We started dreaming of $1 billion. When we were $1 billion, we started dreaming of $50 billion. When we were $50 billion, we started dreaming of $150 billion. And you've seen, and we used to unfold, you can say, the roadmap back into it. We could have some idea about how we would get there, not a clarity of how we will get there. But that helped build the entire ecosystem for us. So I would suggest the entrepreneurs to dream big, think big, and don't get caught quickly in your, I would say, valuation game. Be focused building a global company. Go with the IPO and build a global company. That would be my advice. Because you can see again in NASSCOM, today we have thousands of companies, and we have built maybe 500 global companies out of India. So that should be repeated in the startup, and they don't exit so early, because the angels, VCs in some way will put pressure on them to exit. So there are a few messages. I have many, but I'll just stop here right now.
Thank you. Yeah, I think our time is up, but they are listening very attentively, with attention to what you're saying. I'll ask you a last question on a very quick answer. This is from Rajiv Surana. How important is IPR revolution in India today?
Oh, it is so critical. More critical than it was 50 years back, 30 years back. Today, I don't think we will unleash innovative spirit of entrepreneurs till we fix, first of all, enforcement and the judiciary. If I am not going to be protected, my IP, I don't think I would do it. So my sense is that today, most of the IP will belong to companies which are operating in India, but not owned by Indians. Because that fear is always there. Nobody will take that risk. But India has to become an innovation-driven company, as a country. There's no question about it. Because the world, all these multiple technologies, I call them technology as a bottle lightning, which can be used to solve India's problems. So this technology has to be harnessed, and that requires innovative mindset. And that innovative mindset should be free to come up with those solutions without being afraid that somebody will copy it or someone copies it, I will not get protection in time, and so on and so forth. So absolutely critical.
Thank you very much. Thank you for...
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sure. Where are you?
Yeah, I'm here. Harish, I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. I belong to STPI, Government of India, and personally I am of the opinion that what ITS has done to India in the last 20-30 years, startups do have that potential maybe in the next 20 years. I would like to know how much you agree or disagree to this, number one. Number two, we all know India became a services hub, global outsourcing hub and all that during last 30 years, and we lag behind in products. Whether startup, I think, I am again of the opinion that startup is a single biggest step which can take us to the product and IPR space. You know, right now most, as we know, all the innovation used to be limited to corporates earlier. Startup is one thing which is kind of making that paradigm shift in terms of IPR, product and innovation. The whole struggle that India has been doing to get into product space, startup is one step which can make a biggest change in that effort. Again, do you agree or disagree? Thank you.
I agree with you partially. I believe very strongly that India needs both technology services and products. It's not replacing the tech services by products. So technology services today, we employ 5 million people and we are at $200 billion. We are seeing we can easily do $350 billion. So that is the one number, but look at the capabilities our industry has built. This entire startup world has taken birth out of these 5 million software engineers. And that will, and this, because of the work we do for Fortune 500 around the world, we are doing transformational work. We are co-creating future of our customers. Now that entire skill set and the global piece that is available, as the startups grow, when they want to grow global, they learn from these experiences, and or these global companies would have startup as their partners to sell their products around the world. So to me, the technology services is an absolutely critical piece. The technological transformation or business transformation skill sets that industry is developing will help India transform dramatically. Not only Indian businesses, but also the government. Because that transformation also is required. Otherwise, how would you put large system integration projects in India? You saw some of the challenges we had in income tax implementation. And we need 500 such projects to going at the city level, state level, and the India level to build digital India as a vision for us. And startup, of course, absolutely, there's no question about it, that it will, phenomenal contribution, could be even more than contribution of our industry. Just tell you one quick story here. When we went to Israel, that time, the chief scientific officer of Israel, we told him that we are so impressed by Israel's startup culture. And you are creating phenomenal, outstanding startups, deep tech startups from cybersecurity to many areas. And he said, yes, Mr. Mehta, but we are envy of you. So we said, what have we done? He said, you have built global companies. My Israeli kids, they see money and they exit. We want to build global companies. So in that sense, to me, both need to symbiotically work with each other, supporting each other and grow. And that will help us build Digital India as a vision.
Thank you. Anyone else or wants to speak? Oh, one more question. Right? Is there do we have to stop? Is it? You tell me where to stop. One more question.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for this wonderful event, as well as I'm very much thankful to Pontaq and STPI. My question is more on, if I say 35 years back, you have started a global platform for startup community. And if today, after 35 years, if somebody have to start something called global platform for innovation, how do you see that happen? And if, like today, we have a lot of startups, 66,000 startups coming, and the innovation is also coming, IP is coming. But if I to say, how do we can build a single platform for that kind of thing? What is your take on it, and how is it possible, considering the support which we are getting today, both from the investment community as well as from the government community side?
I'm sorry, I'm not very clear on your question.
So my single question is, like, if I to say 35 years back, you have built a tool or a community of softwares, right? A community of IT. And if today I have to build, or if anyone have to build a global platform for the innovation, what is your take into it? How do we can build, and what will be the challenges, or what is the solutions for that particular part?
I would say one thing in my book for this Maverick effect, which I have put an entire chapter around it about the structural challenges of India and some approaches of how do we look at those solutions for those kind of problems. So one of the big challenge for the government policy makers is, and it is not their challenge, it is the challenge globally. None of us know really how, let's say, artificial intelligence is going to pan out, or how the metaverse will pan out. And how do we decide policies around these technologies, or say crypto or cyber currencies, whatnot. So it is, you require partnering with all the different stakeholders. We need to create a unique, I would call it, think tanks in India who think about these issues very deep, keep Indian citizen as a focus, and then come up with the recommendation, which again then can be reviewed by all the stakeholders of this particular segment. And that's the starting point to me, and that must have built-in flexibility in terms of how do we change the rules 3 years from now, because suddenly, like if you see in crypto, Reserve Bank suddenly issued a fatwa, and all the crypto entrepreneurs became criminals overnight, no fault of theirs. So we need to avoid all such jerk reactions at the policy level. But on the other end, government is so fantastically consultative in all the approaches. But my sense still is that we collectively are still lacking that thought leadership in these areas. And need to plug with Mr. Dr. Mohan Kaul can suggest from UK or other parts of the world, where we bring in those thought leaders as part of our processes. I don't know. Have I answered your question? I don't know.
Well, I mean, we cannot fully answer the question. It's an ongoing kind of progress that we'll have to go from globally. But I mean, India needs a global kind of platform now, because the situation now is different than in the past. We are in a different era. But with this, thank you for joining us.
Does it mean Atmanirbharta? Then I would say, no, I don't agree with Atmanirbharta in absolute term. I agree with the Paraspar Nirbharta as a model, where we need to decide a select set of countries where we depend on each other, have a global platform built on that. Because you cannot be an expert on everything in the country. Sorry.
Well, I mean, please, ladies and gentlemen, Harish Mehta. Harish, thank you. Thank you. I hope to see you soon. I was waiting, but we'll see you in London. Thank you for taking your time and talking to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kaul, for conducting such an interesting fireside chat. Thank you, and of course to Mr. Harish Mehta for sharing his NASSCOM stories and such valuable nuggets that gave us so much to follow as founders. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we take a short tea break, if you see on my right is a founder's wall. It's a very interesting activity curated for the founders. If you haven't done that, make sure before you head for the tea break, you go there and participate. And now, since we have so many bright minds with us, future unicorns here with us in the audience, we would like to keep a memory of this day with us in the form of a group photograph. So I request all the founders to please join me on stage. We'll have a group photograph here, and then we break for 20 minutes for a quick tea break. Please join me on stage. Can we have the team from STPI and Pontaq here as well, along with the founders on stage, please? Please join us on stage. We're doing this on the stairs, is it? So we need 3 layers of people? Right. Okay, the tallest ones should be here. Yeah, tallest on the top, please. Yeah, we'll do it in 3 tiers. So the tallest one on the top. Can we also have the STPI and the Pontaq team join them, please? Do you want a few people to shift that side? Yeah. Ma'am, can I request you to go that side? Because that's relatively empty. Yeah. Yeah. There are not many people that side, yeah. Can we have all of you move towards this side, please? Yeah. We need to be on the center stage so that we don't spill onto the other side. Yes. Yeah. Just shift a bit this way, please. Yeah, we're good. All masks off for the photograph, please, just for 2 minutes. No masks in the photograph. Aren't we a happy bunch? Let's smile a little more. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Now we break for tea and hope to see you back in 20 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to please make your way back into the hall so that we can resume the rest of the proceedings of the day. We request all our guests to please make their way back into the hall so that we can resume with the event. I request all the founders, all our guests to please join us back in the hall so that we can resume the proceedings of the day. I know that's not enough short time for you to interact, but I'm sure you're going to make up for it during the lunch hour. Please join us back so that we can get started with it again. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get started again and we'll be starting with the pitch sessions. I request the following founders to please join us back into the hall so that we can get started with it. Nishita Balayar Singh from Nexus Energy, Jeena Wedlekar from Dweepi, Srinivas Chindam from Poltrimon, and Shail Jagnani from Primary Health Tech. I request these founders to quickly come back into the hall so that we can start it with the pitch session. Is Nishita here? Do we have Jeena with us? Okay. Srinivas Chindam? Okay. And Shail Jagnani? Shail Jagnani, can you hear me? Shail, if you can hear me, you're here, please come back into the hall. We are starting with the pitch session that you're a part of. I hope all of you have refreshed yourself. Apologize for calling you back a bit early, but we'll give you enough networking time in the lunch hour. I request all the guests who are at the back to kindly take their seats so that we can quickly get started with a very interesting part of this day, that is the pitch session. Now, pitch session is somewhere where you get to tell the story of your product and what is your vision about it. This is an opportunity for you to share your innovation, your technology, and how you think it's going to add immense value to the citizens of the world in future generations to come. We will start this pitch session by inviting onto stage Nishita Balyar Singh, who's the founder and CEO of Nexus Energy. Nexus Energy is all about making biodegradable battery from rice and wheat crop residue. An amazing idea. And let's hear it from Nishita, what went behind bringing this idea to life. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause. All the best. Yeah, in case you need to use it for you.
Hi, good morning. I am Nishita Balyar Singh. I'm the founder and CEO for Nexus. And with me, I have my co-founder and the Chief Innovation Officer at Nexus, my twin sister Nikita. And so in a nutshell, at Nexus, we are building a biodegradable battery for EVs, and we're looking at a sustainable future for the EV revolution. Can we go to the next slide, please? Next slide. Okay, thank you. Right. So just highlighting the main problems that we recognized before jumping into the industry. First, the existing batteries are lithium-ion batteries and lead-acid batteries, the most prevalent in the EV industry. And typically, if you look at the concentrations of lithium across the globe and the most prevalent other materials like the nickel, manganese, or cobalt, they are rare earth materials. And hence, we are looking at a shorter supply and a much higher demand in the next 4-5 years. And at the same time, if you look at the batteries itself, they are toxic and they cause pollution. So that picture on the right is actually a picture from a landfill where the lithium-ion batteries have been disposed post their life cycle is over. And they've naturally caught fire because of their high reactive nature. And at the same time, on a parallel front, I talk about another smoky problem, which is the burning of crop residue, typically in the northern area, Delhi, Haryana, Punjab, UP. And it's pretty much because the farmers across the neighboring states here, they burn their crop residue after the harvest in order to clean their land for the next harvest. And that causes massive amount of pollution. So we want to see how we can bring these two things together and build something better out of it. And that's how, once we highlighted these major problems, typically the procurement concerns, the toxicity, the safety hazards, and that's where we came down to seeing what we can do, and that's how Nexus was born. So like I mentioned, a pure biodegradable battery for electric vehicles. It's a concept which is giving a better performance. It is safe and eco-friendly. The material is abundantly available across the globe, and that allows us to cut down the prices for the product At the same time, because it's a more biomolecule-based battery, the safety hazards are almost next to zero. Talking about how we build these batteries, the pure concept, the manufacturing concept. So the Nexus batteries are a battery out of crop residue. So we procure the rice or wheat residue from the farmers across India. So these crops are actually the major crops grown across India. We are the largest producers of rice and wheat across the globe. So we have plenty of this residue available. So we procure the residue, extract our proteins out of it, which is precisely the battery that we're building. It's a protein-based battery, followed by the graphite current collectors, which make the anode and the cathode, and a salt-based gel electrolyte, which completes one cell. And multiple such cells go into the battery pack to build the battery pack along with the chips and the BMS, which then goes into the vehicle. Just a brief comparison of the features of specifications of Nexus across the other existing technologies like the lithium ion and the lead acid. So pretty much we are performing better on the cost aspect. We also have a better safety rating, and the recyclability is pretty high. At the same time, we are also at par at the energy density rating. And if you look at the battery that we are building today, we are looking to eliminate almost 7 billion metric tons of carbon by the next century. And now if you calculate that in terms of the number of trees you would actually be planting, the number would almost be somewhere around 20 trillion, 20 zillion, maybe more. And that's the kind of impact we're trying to create by cutting down the carbon emissions and looking at more sustainable technologies. Again, we sat down to compare Nexus with global technologies. A lot of advancements happening globally in battery technologies. Different kind of chemistries across the globe, silicon-based, sodium-ion-based, aluminum-air, graphene-based batteries. And we've successfully been able to stand at least at par with most of the technologies, and sometimes better as well. Just looking at the market and the kind of structure we can actually cater to. So we are purely a cell technology company. We build battery, so we are into cell chemistry. And the battery cells have varied applications ranging from as small as toys for the kids to as big as grid storage applications. So presently we are focusing more on the EV space, but then the batteries definitely have their space equally in the medical industry, in the toys, in consumer goods, consumer electronics, and so on and so forth. So the industry is pretty vast if we consider the batteries. So our structure and the traction so far, so we've been able to garner attention about 7 or 8 such EV OEMs across India who've been interested to do pilots with us. And we're looking forward to start our pilots in the next about 4 or 5 months from now. And these pilots, if you look at the demand of the batteries as on today, it's almost 20,000 batteries per OEM. Should be reaching about 50,000 in the next 1.5 to 2 years. So that's, if I talk about 7 such EV OEMs to start off with, we are looking at least around 3 lakh batteries to start with on the commercial front, which itself is about 55-60 crores worth of revenues. So talking about our roadmap, we just started off in 2020, 2 years ago, and we've moved forward to build the cell technology. We've done a couple of testing, a lot of prototypes, applied for multiple patents. We're also looking for US patents and eventually growing in this EV segment. Purely a B2B revenue model where we are looking to target manufacturing as well as licensing of technology for these cells. A little just introduction to our R&D team at Nexus. So we have doctoral scholars with 6 to 7 plus years of experience, purely in cell technology for electrodes and electrolytes, and we've come together from all premier institutes to build this technology at Nexus, and we're inching closer to hitting our aims and achieving our vision of a carbon neutral, carbon zero, in fact, in the next, by the time the government of India plans to touch their milestones by 2070. So that's all from my end. Thank you so much. We are very, very proud to be recognized by Startup Odisha, Startup India, different government of India programs. Of course, we are also a G2 Engine Network portfolio company and also a Pontaq portfolio company. So very proud to be a part of the journey. And thank you so much for partnering with us. That's all from my end. And I'll be happy to answer questions if any. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nishita. We have Nishita and we have the co-founder, her twin sister Nikita here. Ladies and gentlemen, they turned 25 soon and they started this company at the age of 23. So India is dreaming and dreaming young. Can we have a huge round of applause for both the sisters? Moving on, next up we bring you the story of Dweepy. To take it all forward, I would like to request Gina Verlaker to please join me on stage. It's all about a portable track geometry measurement system, a device to measure railway track condition daily without explicit scheduling. To learn more about it, let's invite Gina on stage. This is your switch for your presentation. In case you need a hand up mic, it's there. And I request not to look back. If you just
Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'm from Dweepy Innovations. My name is Gina, and I'm the co-founder of Dweepy Innovations. And with me is Kishore. He's the founder of Dweepy Innovations. Yeah. And we are working on a product for Indian Railways. It is the AI-based portable track geometry measurement system. Yeah. Yeah. So railway tracks are a costly asset and they need to be maintained very well for smooth operations, for passenger safety. And currently the monitoring is done in two ways. The first way is by using a track recording car, which is like a railway bogie, which moves on the track. And the second method is in the manual way, by a manual method of track inspection and for track monitoring. So as per the railway yearbook, we see there are around 40 plus derailments happening every year. And what we are doing is that we are bringing technology to make this method of monitoring more effective. Okay, yeah. So we have developed the AI-based portable track measurement system to monitor the health of railway tracks. And it does two things. One is like it measures the track geometry parameters using various sensors. And it also detects 25 types of railway defects using AI technology. So for the track geometry measurement, it checks the deviations from the original layout parameters. Yeah, that's the previous slide. Yeah, this is like how the track measurement system will look like. This product will be used by the Indian Railways. It is a requirement by RDSO and it will be used for daily health checkups of railway tracks and for predictive track maintenance schedules, for budget estimation and for increasing the passenger safety. We have designed our product to adapt to any railway standard and we plan to export to other countries. Yeah, with this product we can reduce the number of derailments and reduce the train oscillations leading to more passenger comfort. Our intelligent track inspection system can be used by any unskilled person also to do effective track maintenance. It is a data-driven method and it cannot be tampered and the data will be directly transferred to the central server. So with this on-time maintenance, we will increase the track utilization and the Indian Railways will get more revenue. So currently our MVP is ready. Our first field testing stage is completed. Our second prototype is under development and we plan to do the second round of field testing in around 2 months. We think we'll be ready for production by end of this year. Yeah. So we feel the government can help us in our journey in many ways, like in getting approvals for the trial tests on the railway track and in proactive interactions with the Indian Railways during these trial tests. And in getting zonal pilot orders in the state railway zones, like in setting up a manufacturing unit and office space. And our product requires various kinds of certifications for which we would like to get in connect with the various certification centers in the states. Our next product also will be for the railways, for points and crossings. And we foresee creating around 300 jobs in the near future, ranging from R&D to production and supply. Yeah. So we are very thankful for all the opportunities and support which we have got till now. We demonstrated our product in January this year to the UP IT Minister Shri Ravi Chandrasekhar. And we are very thankful to Self-Reliant India and Pontaq and STPI for selecting us for this Chunauti scheme funding. And also we'd like to take this opportunity to thank all those who have supported us till now. Electropreneur Park for incubating us, STPI, IIT Delhi for funding us to TIDE 2.0 scheme, RDSO, Northern Railways, and everyone who has helped us directly or indirectly in our journey. We hope we continue getting your support as we go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jina. Many congratulations to you and the co-founder. Before I invite the next set of founders, just a few technical details here. You can either make your presentation from the dais, or there's a handheld mic that you can take from here and go center stage and make your presentation. There is a clicker here that will help you take your presentation forward. All you need to do is press on the button right in the middle of a clicker. And just so that you don't look back much at the presentation, we have a screen right in front. You can refer to your presentation that will play out right here, so you don't need to look back so much. Having said all of that, let's move on and invite the next founder on stage, whose startup is all about making the poultry process easy. This is Mr. Srinivas Chindam from Poultrimon. Poultrimon is a smart poultry farm monitoring system created to deliver real-time poultry monitoring and consistent process monitoring through every level of operations. Please put your hands together for Mr. Srinivas Chindam. Please come, sir. You got it? How to do this? Any confusion?
No confusion. I'm very just give me that button. This one.
Hello. Dear all, thank you for giving this opportunity to MLIT in presenting our product, which is Poultrimon. Poultrimon basically stands for Poultry Monitoring System. It's a real-time remote monitoring system monitoring the critical parameters from the poultry sectors using the technology, IoT, analytics, and AI. That's the basis. And it helps in complete farm to fork traceability. That's the first thing. Starting with that, it adds a business value, the major ones being that it prevents any kind of damages immediately and improving the efficiency. Sorry. Yeah. Oh no, this is not the one which I've uploaded. Okay. No, this is not the PPT which I uploaded. But let me go to, sorry, this is not the one which I uploaded, you have given. Can I go back to Nikhil, can you, yeah, let me go to this one. Can I go back as well to the previous first one? Okay, that's fine, yeah. Okay. This is about us with traceability with the business benefits of preventing any kind of damages, improving the efficiency, and the quality obviously will be improved, maintaining all this one. And the labor intensive, which is very effective, which is a major problem with the poultry. So let's go back to the, as a product is very much patent or fully patented, and we are the FICCI award winners and several grants also awarded. Now let me go back to the challenges screen. Yeah. Now, having studied the poultry pain areas even before entering as a technology wise, we found like the mortality is the top one, having the major challenges for the current poultry industry. Having as soon as the eggs are hatched, the chicks mortality rate is 10 to 12%, which is affecting $500 million per year. That's the first pain area. Apart from the others, like monitoring is also lack of monitoring, and the process is also not very much. Of course, process, if you say within the process, within the poultry sector, they are biosecurity, everything is in place, but not the technology-wise. So that is not, there is no data tracking as well. Even with the manual records also, it's difficult, not. So now the technology is way back, 20 years back technology we are using in India in the poultry sector. Whereas in Western countries, like, they are using the updated ones. They have the real-time monitoring system. But we are coming up with an edge over those technologies also. We'll see that, how it goes. And the stress management of the bird. We are not concentrating the bird welfare, which is a major project we are coming up apart from the real-time monitoring. I'll go to the next screen. Yeah, based on those pain areas, okay, using the technology, came up with this kind of integrated solution, which is a very unique. That's why we are in par with the other countries' technologies as well, which is invested. So how we integrate all these different verticals within the poultry, like easy sheds, which with the breeder, this thing, which is very expensive, they are investing, importing all the goods from other countries. Then the cold rooms, hatchery, broiler, layer, processing units, feed plant. I'm stopping at PLF, which we will be studying more in the next coming slides. So it's a complete single platform, end-to-end traceability. Now coming to this one, where this is a kind of solution where all the farms, on the bottom we see farms, hatcheries, EC sheds, and all the other verticals will be integrated in a cloud environment, in a complete platform. That data will be scrubbed and with a meaningful information will be shared as a remote monitoring with different parameters. That on the right side we see, starting from temperature, humidity, and there are other parameters like ammonia, carbon dioxide, but not limiting to these parameters. Our platform, not only software, we have the IoT platform, hardware one as well, which can be diversified, which can be extended with additional parameters quickly. So that is how the IoT platform is also in place. Now, the value proposition, having studied all this, the business benefits, I majorly mentioned 3 points, but there are several others. We have studied a case study, and one of the major national one on top 5 one, where the case study we have done. Based on that, we arrived at 2 to 3% of yield improvement efficiency in the hatcheries. Then the mortality also reduced. Then the predictions and all the benefits. And the bottom we see the welfare is something that is in progress. Now, this is the most important one. This is a kind of supernova solution, which is having the complete vision of the MLIT as a poultry mon, where till now environmental parameter studies very clear. We are established. Customers are satisfied. But in the precision livestock farming, which is a major project we are coming up with, that is which saves the bird from any kind of damage or health issues. So that is other project. So. And the third step is integration of this environmental parameter study with the precision livestock farming. So obviously the environmental parameters will be affecting the bird behavior. So if we control the environmental parameters, obviously the bird will be saved. Then you can estimate how major impact to the poultry industry. Based on that, let me go back to the first slide. Now, this is the market opportunity overall. Having studied each and every area in the verticals within the poultry, these are the different verticals. Hatcheries having 2,800, broilers 1.2 lakh, farmers, and all this, having studied all the verticals with a respective count where we can implement our technology as a poultry mon or in general technology. Technology requirement available market is $12 billion in India. And 1.2, taking a target as a 10% itself is a 1.2 billion is a target that we are aiming for. And another thing is this not only within the poultry, having achieved this as a long-term goal, okay, establishing within poultry can be diversified outside the poultry sector. I mean the other agri sectors. It could be agriculture, it will be aqua, cattle, these kind of, and the dairy. Yeah, this is our team. I am Srinivas Chindam, my full name. I'm the CEO and founder of MLIT and Poultry Mon. And Amol Mohandas is our business head. Ravi Bijala is our IoT expert. He's a co-founder as well. And regarding the mentors and advisors, I listed only 3 here. Actually, they are the industry experts, Dinesh Bhonsle and Sridhar and Subodh Mishra. Subodh Mishra is our customer as well as mentor for us. No, not limiting to this one, we got a huge response from the poultry well-wishers who helped us in taking it forward. Of course, apart from that, we had a lot of challenges, but this really helped. And coming to investors, Pontaq is right here, and Shivkumar Surampudi, who is the ITC business head. And these are the key customers. Apart from we have more than 30 customers all over India across different states, 8 different states. We are planning to move to 773 as all the districts. We are planning for that. So where these are the key customers: Suguna Foods, Godrej Agrobet, Envision is an international customer spanning across 20 countries, which is and the Sako Group, they produce more than 1 crore eggs per day, and the Asia's biggest one. And the Selco Foundation is social impact one. They have the rural development, for which they are our customers. We have provided a very reasonable solution for them as well. And rest of all the other major customers. Now, we are in the media as well. The news, like Asian Poultry is a top Asian magazine. They have proactively approached us in publishing, and they helped us a lot. India Today and the Inadu being the local one, your story, you obviously know that. This is all about us. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Have a good
Thank you for that, Mr. Srinivas, and all the very best for all your future endeavors. Moving on further, now we all know how important is quality healthcare diagnosis. The startup that's coming next on the stage not just delivers that, but delivers that, makes it accessible to the last mile population. Let's join our hands for Primary Health Tech, its founder and CEO, Shail Jagnani. There you go.
Good afternoon. I am Sahil from Primary Health Tech Private Limited. Slides, okay. So I'll just go back. Can I go back? Okay, that's it. So why we have started? I'll start with the thing. So I am based out of IIT Guwahati. We are a company based out of IIT Guwahati. So in 2018, we was thinking about healthcare problem, and then some things came to our mind, like quality healthcare diagnosis is not possible in rural areas. So whatever diagnostic system you see in urban area is basically about semi and auto analyzers, which cost around 20 to 25 lakh rupees. And to establish a diagnostic lab in rural area, you need a lot of capex and opex. So it is practically not possible to set up labs in rural and urban area. So we started working in 2018 for non-communicable disease. In non-communicable disease, the problems related to kidney, liver, pancreas, and heart. The problem is that symptoms of these disease are not apparent initially. So you have seen there are stages of cancer, kidney, and liver. So the problem is that non-communicable disease is a lifestyle-related issues where if you are maintaining proper lifestyle, then you will not be having those problems. But the only way out for non-communicable disease is to have a regular testing. So for having regular testing, you need to have affordable devices. But the devices that are available looks like these big. So these devices cost around 25 lakh rupees, and so they are not accessible. So what we did, we developed a portable device, MobiLab. And the thing is that this device cost less than 10,000 rupees compared to a 5 lakh rupees big machine. And in semi and auto analyzer, all the technologies are being built 20, 25 years back. But with the advances in technology like nanotechnology, electronics, it is feasible that you can have a device just the way glucometer and BP machines are built. So this is the device that we have built. It's IoT enabled, it's portable, around 300 grams. The app is made in vernacular language. It's battery powered, everything is inside. So what we have done in terms of the technology advancement, the device cost we have reduced down to 20 times. Cost per test cost we have reduced by 10 times. Normally in rural area, the problem is not that the devices will not be able, you will not be getting the devices. So government can actually procure these 5 lakh machine and install in every center. But the problem is that skilled manpower is not available at that particular time. So we developed an application which is an interactive application where the training and training for the technician has been reduced by almost 300 times. Within a week, any technician or ASHA worker can learn how to use the device. It's a battery powered. Again, in Indian scenario, if you have a system which is based out of electricity, it is very hard to actually get hold in the rural area. So battery consumption is reduced. It's a modular device. And the important thing is that what we are having a vision that in next 2 to 3 years, we are going to put these devices in rural setting where people are going to carry a suitcase where all the devices are placed, and door-to-door testing is going to be done by this device. We have also integrated different AI ML algorithm at the back end so that the accuracy of the device can be improved. And also we are taking around 25 parameters which are AI enabled, where we are taking the medical history of the patient, and then we are correlating the diagnostic data with the medical history. So this is the timeline of the device. We have already launched the mobile app POCT device. It is already being in use in Guwahati area. 25 such devices has been deployed. July 22, we have a target to integrate liver and pancreatic, the complete profile. So people are working on 1 or 2 biomarkers. We have integrated all the biomarkers related to kidney and liver. September, kidney and heart. We are also working on the microfluidic system where with a drop, so everybody has a vision, and people have heard of Theranos, that with a drop of blood they can do multiple parameters. So that R&D we are doing last 3 years. We have a 25 people team. And we have a vision by April 23, we will be able to achieve that. Not exactly in that shape, but yeah, we are going to achieve with around 20-23 microliter of blood. And we are also working on CBC, hormones, and vitamins. We have already published around 8 patents, and we have got 2 patents already. These are the stakeholders where this device will be useful for doctors and for ICU, HDU. It is very useful because we are working with AIIMS New Delhi, so they are saying that this device will be a great alternate to a conventional system where it can be placed in a bedside tool. So if you are going for an operation, you need certain enzymatic parameters within 10 minutes or 5 minutes. So this device is going to solve the problem for them. We are also started deploying our device with the army personnel, where the resource constraint is one of the big issues. This is the overall business model for our device. So we are going to position our device where we are envisaging like every twice a year you need to go for a full body checkup, because non-communicable disease you don't have any symptoms. So if the diagnostic is being done with our device, then we are going to integrate the doctor consultation. So this device is going to look like a box where all the diagnostic tests can be done with the same device. So what we are thinking, like in a rural area, if your parents are living outside or at a distance, then you just have to click and book a test, and nurse is going to your house, getting the sample done, and the doctor is telling a doctor consultation will be done and medicine will be delivered. So we are actually the 3 pillars of healthcare. We are actually tapping into the diagnostic, and using AI, we are going to integrate doctor consultation, medicine delivery. So this is another business model that we are thinking. We are going to empower all the small clinics that are there in the rural and semi-urban area. So mobile app-powered labs will be created. We have got ethical clearance and clinical validation we are doing in AIIMS New Delhi right now. We have got the certification from CDSU and ISO certification we got. These are few of the photos of our pilot testing and pre-commercialization in different areas of Guwahati. These are few of the results of different tests that we have developed till now. This is about the team. So we are a bunch of people from IIT Guwahati and AIMS New Delhi who have started this company. And we have people from Northeast, and so we actually appreciate and share the same vision that we want to come up with a company with a global footprint and a global brand where the product starting from the scratch has been developed in Northeast and the product is being served in multiple areas across world. And we in advisory board, we have people from IIT Guwahati, AIMS, and different other hospitals. These are few of the news and accolades. We are very thankful for Pontaq for this particular opportunity, and I guess with their support, we are going to soon realize this dream that the diagnostic should be the birthright, or I'll say that that should be given at least to every people at a very accessible cost. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sahil Jagnani, for that, and many congratulations for such a remarkable initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, today is also marking the beginning of a strategic partnership between Pontaq and Industries Ministry of Tamil Nadu. I request the crew to quickly set up the stage for the same. We will, of course, be entering the next bit session soon, but before we do that, can we have a huge round of applause for all the 4 Nexus Energy, Dweepy, Poltrimon and Primary Health Tech who took part in the first bit session of the day. All right, this stage is almost set, so let me quickly invite onto stage Mr. Prem Bhartasathi, Managing Partner, Pontaq, and also Mr. Dinesh K. Sundaravelu, Associate Vice President, Community Initiatives, Tamil Nadu, Startup and Innovation Mission, to please sign a Memorandum of Understanding and take the partnership further. Truly a momentous occasion of signing an MOU between Pontaq and the Industries Ministry of Tamil Nadu.
It's a memorable event, moment actually, because what happened was the last 3-4 weeks we have been collaborating with each of the companies, and we had the 54773 released, but as part of that we had provided the initial findings to the state of Tamil Nadu, and we had a meeting with the State Planning Commission where Mr. Sivaraja was also present, and then we understood the value that we can create for each other, and hence this MOU. Thanks Dinesh, thanks to Startups again. And the key things about the MOU are basically they are keen to kind of consider our help companies expand into Tamil Nadu, and also most importantly they're also keen to consider investing into companies out of STPI, NGIS and Pontaq's fund as well. So that's a great moment. Dinesh.
Thank you, Pontaq. Actually, I am representing our CEO, Mr. Sivaraja sir. So the main key, as Prem was saying, it's kind of like infrastructure funding, and also the Tamil Nadu government is coming up with emerging sector seed fund. So the portfolio companies, if you are interested, if you are able to relocate, or if you can have an infrastructure going to be developed in Tamil Nadu, you're most welcome. And Tamil Nadu Startup and Innovation Mission will be more than happy to assist you or facilitate you in any kind of investment. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And in fact, Startup TN is also engaging with the companies tomorrow. We have a closed door session. And let's not forget, the fund of Startup TN is 500 crores. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. I request the crew to quickly take off the table so that we can move on with the next bit session. So that was another strategic partnership engineered by Pontaq, and I'm sure it's going to help our portfolio companies scale their business across Tamil Nadu. A huge round of applause, and with that, we enter the next bit session. So for the next bit session, we start with a company that's building teacher competency by improving knowledge, skills, and abilities using virtual voice teacher. That's Learning Matters. May I invite on stage the CEO of the company, Gauri Mahesh, to take this forward. Ms. Gauri, that's your clicker to take your presentation forward. Yes, you can either be here or you can take the mic and go there.
Good morning, and as we move into the afternoon, thank you so much for having us over here. We are Learning Matters, the EdTech company that uses AI to improve student learning outcomes by working with teachers in the school. The solution is very simple, but extremely efficacious. We use the Amazon Alexa Echo Dot device in the school, have made a virtual voice teacher called Tara. And Tara today teaches English to both teachers and students in the school. So quickly moving on to a video, and I'm hoping technology will support here. I'm going to need help because it's not moving. Yes. Yes, that's going to be next. Not Alexa, but Tara maybe. Yes. Yeah, just hold on for a second, please. This one? Yeah. Just hold on. No, don't play it yet. Yeah. Thank you. So I'll take you through a 3D walkthrough of our Tara English Language Lab that we set up in schools. It's pretty simple. There is no structural change that's required in the schools. It's just rearrangement, simple rearrangement of the furniture, and the Echo Dot begins its work with Tara. The teachers are trained to be able to facilitate a lot of activities through which the visual and the kinesthetic learners are also taken care of. So let's have a quick look at the video. And the video will also show you how Mahalakshmi, a middle school student in one of the schools in Nilgiris, has been able to understand how to read the word STANDS correctly with Tara's help. Yeah? Oops. Okay, I need to play the video here. No event is entertaining without a technology glitch. Yes, thank you so much. Yes, that's a video. You're not able to play the video? Okay, fine. I will do the video for you. Yes. So here you see there's a simple classroom over here. The classroom has a reading area, which is just a mat with a lot of books, interesting books that the students can use to read and get an interest in the language itself. And then we have a small segment over here, which is the eco-dot device. It has the Tara program in it, and Tara is then able to teach communicative English to students in small groups. Then there are other sets of students who are seated in the other two areas, which are typically the activity areas, and they are working with a lot of handheld materials to improve their ability to communicate in English. Now, why is this a big thing? Why is this a big deal? It's because most of our schools in India, in the rural segments, do not have proficiency in English. We all know that, and the biggest challenge over there is because the teachers themselves don't speak in English. So we need a teacher who's available there, but then we can't find human teachers everywhere. So we built a virtual teacher, Tara, and today Tara teaches English with English, and we're also doing a lot of programs with teaching English using other regional languages. So Tara can teach English technically with any other language that you can think of. We've moved on to, okay, is this not working only for me? Okay. Yeah, I got it this time, yes. So we touched 12,000 learners already, and we are on our way to impacting more than 25,000 learners by end of 23. And by 2025, with just about 0.1% of the K-10 market, we have a great potential to become a 100 crore company. And thank you so much. And this is not just K-12, because we are looking at the skilling sector. We are also looking at the international market, where English is a huge requirement. The team behind this, which gives me the confidence to speak to all of you, of course, are my co-founders, Murthy and Saraswati. Murthy is here with me today. The team is 25 people strong, with all of them being in-house. The product is developed in-house by our team. We also work with a large group of consultants and academicians. We are focused on both revenue and impact, which makes us completely different from the rest of the players in the market. Here, I seek a lot of contacts, network from each one of you who will be able to connect us to various government departments or CSR organizations, because we work with many CSR organizations to bring Tara to the government schools. We also work with the private affordable schools, so if you have any contacts, we would be very happy to speak to them. We are also on our path to raise our Series A round of investment. Now that you know that this company has a great potential, we have both co-founders here. We are happy to start talking to you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I have the video with me on my phone. Would be happy to show it to you during the break. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gauri Mahesh, and all the best to you and Tara. Ladies and gentlemen, up next we move to a very important fireside chat. I quickly request my crew to set up the stage for the fireside chat here. This fireside chat is going to be throwing light on opportunities in Telangana with Honorable Minister of IT Industries, Mr. Tarak Rama Rao, and will be moderated by Ms. Kanan Tandi of CogniQ Startup. Ms. Kanan Tandi is here with us. She's a body language expert and behavior consultant who's based in Goa, is a visiting faculty in schools, colleges, and is closely associated with central government in training them in lie detection and emotional intelligence. I'm told we are being joined by the minister now. So can we have the minister on, and can I have Ms. Tandi here with me, please, on the stage?
Hello and good afternoon. This is Kanan Tandi, and thank you so much for the introduction. It gives me immense pleasure to be standing here in front of you and talk to Mr. KTR. And I'll quickly jump into the questions because there are a lot of startups here, 50 to be an exact number. So, sir, quickly jumping into the topic, the first question from our end will be, in recent annual session and leadership summit of CII, a couple of months back, you mentioned that Telangana as the most successful startup of independent India. Now, having said that, the first question to you is, how do you plan to help and support all of us and open doors for all of us for the new opportunities?
Firstly, thank you, Kanan, thank you, Prem, and thank you to Pontaq, for giving us this opportunity. I hope I'm audible, Kanan.
Yes.
I am. So, firstly, I'm worried that I'm talking to you because, as the MC just mentioned, you're a body language expert. You are also apparently very good at detecting lies, and I'm a politician, so therefore people typically will be able to see through all that. So I'm worried that I'm talking to you. Please go easy on me. I'm going
Point noted.
request you. I'm just kidding. You can go tough on me. You can ask me anything. I'm more than happy to answer. So let me start off by saying a few things. The reason why I call Telangana the most successful startup of independent India is because for those of you who are familiar with India, I would say in the last 75 years after Indian independence, we've had a number of states doing a number of things, but what has happened in Telangana in the last 8 years is nothing short of magic. Because if you look at the last 8 years, Telangana's per capita income has risen by 130%, from 1,24,000 rupees to 2,78,000 rupees. Whereas the national average is still 1,49,000 rupees. So we are almost double that of India's, per capita. Our GSDP, our state's gross state domestic product, has risen from 5 lakh crores to about 11.55 lakh crores in the last 8 years. Let me also add, Telangana, in fact, with about 2.5% population of the rest of the country, contributes to 5% of India's GDP. We are 11th largest state geographically in India. We are the 12th largest state in terms of population, but we are the 4th largest contributor to India's economy. We are literally punching double our weight. In fact, it's like a 50-kilo boxer fighting in a 100-kilo category is what I would put it, because we have Nikhat Zareen also, who's recently won the World Championship. She's from Telangana as well. Let me point out quickly. And the reason why I call Telangana, a very successful state is because, we've done holistic development. We have not just focused on one sector or another. For instance, in Telangana, our IT exports have risen from 57,000 crores in 2014 to about 1,83,000 crores last year. So that's like a 248% jump over the last 8 years. Last year alone, Telangana's IT exports grew at 26%, when India's national average was 17%. Not only IT, our agriculture produce has increased. Now today Telangana has become, it was once a very parched, dry area. Now we are the second largest paddy producer in the country. Our agriculture produce, in fact, yield increased by 119% over the last 8 years. I also have to tell you a couple of other things. Why I call my state a startup. Because, we believe in the 3I mantra. Innovation, infrastructure, inclusive growth. I think these three are important ingredients if we really have to propel India into the league of the first world countries. Now, what do I mean? Innovation, infrastructure, inclusive growth. What I mean is, on the innovation piece, a lot of people, when we talk about innovation, think and assume that innovation is only about startups. Innovation is not just about startups or the technology world. Innovation can also happen within a government. Innovation can happen in the way of disrupting policy. That's exactly what we have done. I'll just give you one example of a policy that will be of interest to you, possibly because you talked about 50 different startups and 50 different enterprises in the room there. The one single thing I can tell you about Telangana, TS-IPAS is what we call our industrial policy. Telangana State Industrial Project Approval Self-Certification System. Now, what does that mean? What it means is, I'll give you 3 salient features. Say, Kanan, you wanted to start a factory in Telangana and you had a piece of land. You can hit the ground running. You can start construction of your factory on day 1. No other Indian state will tell you this. We have conferred upon the investor a right, like how you confer a right to education or a right to information. We have conferred upon our investor a right to self-certification. No state in India has done that. Not only that, once you start your factory, only for regulatory purposes, we request that you submit all the information online in the DSI Pass portal. When we get that application, because we need to know who's doing business in our state, while you can start construction, simultaneously put in that information. We promise by statute, by legislation, all clearances in 15 days. If we don't deliver on the 15-day window, on the 16th day, it's a deemed approval. And also on the 16th day, and no state in India will tell you this, on the 16th day again, we can start penalizing our bureaucrats a sum of rupees 1,000 per day. No state in India will tell you this. In fact, you and those of you in the room, if you're wondering if this actually works, in the last 7 years, we have given out more than 19,000 approvals through DSI Pass. We have been able to attract more than 2.35 lakh crores of investment, and we've been able to create 1.6 million direct jobs in Telangana. That's why I call my state the startup state of India. And since we are just about coming out of the pandemic, let me also quickly point out, Hyderabad and Telangana is the vaccine capital of the world. We produce 1/3 of human vaccines from Telangana. 9 billion doses of vaccines are produced from here, including COVID vaccines. We are also home, because there are a lot of technology companies in the room. Let me tell you all, Amazon's world's largest campus is not in the US, it's not in Seattle, it's actually in Hyderabad. Let me also tell you, Google, Apple, Facebook, Microsoft, Uber, Salesforce, Qualcomm, Micron, Novartis, I can go on. All of these organizations and their second largest enterprises, second largest campuses in the world are in Hyderabad. We have about 800,000 people working in Hyderabad. The innovation piece that you just asked, coming to your question about startups, how we support them. We have created a comprehensive ecosystem of startups in my state. In fact, we have India's largest technology incubator called as T-Hub. At the end of this month, on the 28th of June, we will be launching the world's largest innovation campus in Hyderabad. It's going to have largest prototyping facility. It will also have the largest incubation facility. It will also have an innovation center for animation, multimedia, gaming, and entertainment. So, all in all, I can only tell you one thing. We are a state that believes in working like a startup, thinking like a startup. We are agile in terms of policy making. We are agile in terms of moving quickly to seize the opportunities, and therefore, I thank Prem because, he had offered me a chance to meet all of you in Delhi. Unfortunately, I couldn't make the trip. I'm not a huge fan of Delhi, is what I told Prem. I still am not a huge fan. I'm a fan of Hyderabad. So therefore, those of you who are interested in talking further, I would appeal to you to connect with us. I'm sure Prem can connect all of us. We can take it from there. But thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful numbers that you have mentioned. And yes, I was being told that you are in fact a man of numbers with all the data that we have right now. The next question that we have is, we have reached to a point where more or less everybody knows about what a startup is. But can a startup look at the government as a paid client? Do you think that will happen?
Absolutely. In fact, in Telangana, what I tell my startups is the government will be your first customer, because in the startup world, the one biggest concern is everybody knows, 95% of them actually do not make it. So what we have to do is at least give them a proof of concept, at least give them the initial foot in the door kind of thing. And that's where government of Telangana has been different. We've actually worked with the local startups. We've identified pain points within our government departments. We've given them opportunities. Some of them have made it, some of them haven't. But we are loyal to our local investors, and we work with them closely. We end up being their first customer in many cases. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I'm very sure that most of us, we will be reaching out to Telangana for sure. The third question, sir, will be, now when a person is on the business, it's not a woman, it's not a man, but it is still a little bit difficult for, as a woman, it is a little difficult. So do you have any plans to get more women entrepreneurs in the startup ecosystem?
Kanan, did you just say it is difficult for a woman, or women are difficult? I didn't get that. I'm sorry. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It was a joke, a bad joke at that maybe. But just saying one thing, we've launched India's only Women Entrepreneurs Hub for startups, and it's called the B Hub. So there are women entrepreneurs, including yourself. And if you want to move out of Goa, I know Goa is a really good place. But if you really want to come explore the rest of India and opportunities across the country, I'd say make Hyderabad your destination, make Hyderabad your platform, because we don't only have a T Hub, we have a V Hub, we have which is Women Entrepreneurs Hub. We also have TSIC, the Telangana State Innovation Cell, with the Chief Innovation Officer for the state. We also have Agri Hubs, we also have MedTech Hubs, we have FinTech Hubs. We have about 57 different hubs which are focused, incubating spaces, which are focused on a variety of sectors, which have both women and men entrepreneurs. And I agree with you, actually, that the world has not really, created many opportunities for women entrepreneurs. But in India, in Telangana, we've done it differently. Back in 2017, November, when we hosted the Global Entrepreneurship Summit, which was inaugurated by the Prime Minister, the theme was women empowerment of that entire summit. We had come out with this initiative called as VHub. It is doing really well. And we do a number of things. We work with startups such as Misho. We work with many other startups in empowering not only urban women, but rural women entrepreneurs, self-help groups, federating women into associations, and empowering them by way of, providing funding support. Yes, we do a number of things, but I can go into detail if there is a specific entrepreneur who is interested in wanting to know more.
So, as much as the Telangana state looks very alluring for a startup from Goa, I and my co-founder, we were actually discussing that let us move to a different state right now, and probably Telangana will be the first one to move. So that brings me to the next questions. So when we talk about the startup ecosystem, do you think linking it with the skill development will actually be providing us more growth?
Well, one of the things that we believe firmly in Telangana is no matter who you are and what stage of life you are, I think skilling, upskilling and reskilling, there's no substitute to that. Because, if you want to stay on the cutting edge of opportunities, on the cutting edge of identifying and latching on and grabbing on to future business opportunities, there's no way, no substitute other than to keep yourself informed, other than to keep yourself upskilled every so often. So we have an institute called as the Telangana Academy for Skills and Knowledge, where we do a finishing school kind of thing, where we ensure that we work with the startups, we work with other enterprises. We take the list of requirements in terms of skill sets that they would want. We train the employees, we train the potential employees at our cost, at the state's expense. For instance, Kannan, you wanted to move to Hyderabad and you wanted to engage, say, 100 people. I will actually take the skill set from you, the needed skill set from you. I will train 200 people, and then you can cherry pick the best 100 from among them. And this will all be done at the state's expense through the institution called as TASK, the Telangana Academy for Skills and Knowledge. Because no matter what I think or no matter what I would like to believe, there is no substitute for skilled, talented, manpower. I think that's India's biggest strength today. The world looks at us with great interest only because we have this amazing, talented youngsters in India. And I think the more we harness, the more we groom them, the better it is in terms of latching on to bigger opportunities and solving world problems.
Before I open the floor for the questions, there's this last question from our end, which is how I just recently saw a tweet where you mentioned another startup founder who was complaining about the roads of Bangalore. You told the person to move to Hyderabad. So the question is, how do startups from other states get help from Telangana startup ecosystem without moving to Hyderabad?
Well, two things. Firstly, I think I'm a fan of India, the India story that is unfolding, and no matter which part of the country you are from. I mean, I love Bangalore, I love Chennai, I love Goa, I love Delhi also. Not Delhi as much, but the rest of the cities I think more. But what I would say is the power of innovation in India is just about being scratched. I mean, I think we've just scratched the surface really. Because if you think about it, there may be 101 or 102 unicorns in India, but how many of them actually have come out with actually truly original world-class products? I would say not many. Sorry to say this, and if I've upset anybody out there, my apologies in advance, but the fact is, not a single unicorn from India or not a single startup from India has come out with a world-class product which has really taken the world by storm. I think one of the things we ought to do is start thinking big, start thinking on a global scale as well. I know Pontaq is headquartered in the UK, so maybe we can start looking at opportunities. For instance, if we were to look at opportunities in BFSI sector, or if we were to look at opportunities in mobility, I think Indians have it in them, to collaborate with the best in the world and do more. And how do we ensure that those startups, for example, since you're in Goa now, in fact, I have an MOU with the government of Goa, state of Telangana. So what we told them is, since Goa is constrained for space, you could innovate in Goa, you could incubate in Goa, but when you want to scale up, you could come to Telangana. That's the kind of model, that's the kind of Team India spirit that should be exhibited. Every state in India should not reinvent the wheel. If Telangana has done something nice, another state should learn from it. If Karnataka has done something nice, I should learn from it. Instead of reinventing the wheel, unfortunately, Government of India, they should play the big brother's role and bring us all into a room and share experiences and get us all to talk to each other more often. Doesn't do it. So maybe I think private enterprise has to do it more often, so that we can talk to each other, we can understand each other, play to our strengths. For instance, I am a state that is landlocked. There are states which are coastal, so therefore which have coastline. So we can play to each other's strengths. If my strength is life sciences, aerospace and defense, textiles, food processing, those startups can come my way. Health tech, med tech can come my way. There are states which have other strengths. I'm sure we can work with them in terms of setting up something truly, in the spirit of federal India, in the spirit of a stronger India.
Thank you so much, sir. And before I let the floor open for any other questions, we have about 10 minutes. Please ask mindful questions, because we have a person you'll never meet in person, most likely. So please ask any questions if you may have.
Well, I was about to say that I'm going to meet a lot of them in person, because they're all going to come and invest in Telangana. Why would you say that I'm not going to meet them in person ever?
My bad. So
Hello,
we have
sir.
the first question.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Good morning. My name is Jayasudan. Nice meeting you. We are from a startup called Deep Vision Tech. My question to you is, what kind of support your government can provide for the assistive tech startups like ours? We are working for empowering deaf community. So would like to get some inputs on that, please.
In fact, we do a lot of work with our disabled welfare department here in Telangana. In fact, assistive tech is something that is high on the agenda. I'd love to take the conversation offline, because last year, in fact, this I've done as a private event and not as a government event. Last year, in July, for my own birthday, I wanted to do something nice. I gave out about, I think, 250 plus, three-wheeler motorcycle driven, kind of products. So during that event, we had a number of assistive tech companies which had come forward and which had actually worked with us. So I'd love to see what we can do together. This is a subject that's very, very close to my heart. As a person, as an individual, because I believe that the vulnerable in the society are the ones who actually need our support. All of us who are physically able, capable of doing, but we are lazy. We don't do enough. But I think we could do a lot together, brother. I will request Prem to connect us. We could actually take this conversation in a meaningful fashion. We do a number of things, to help you to be able to work with our department, to be able to get your product actually into the market. And if it works, then you could even scale up and set up a factory there.
Thank you. Do we have another question?
Yeah. Hello, sir. Sir, it's a wonderful session with you. Sir, we are a startup registered in Odisha, but sir, our technology is basically meant for fishermen, sir. This is meant for fish and prawn farming sector, and we are integrating solar power with smart technology to make this entire process of fish and prawn farming an easy one, and of course, any person without having highly skilled, skilling experience in fish and prawn farming can get into it. And sir, everybody around are asking us to shift our base to Telangana or Andhra Pradesh, because that's the best, market area meant for our product. Kindly guide us, sir. We would definitely like to, shift to.
What is your name, madam?
Sir, this is Minushri Madhumita. Madhumita.
And you have the fish in the name, Minushree Madhumita. Minushree, let me tell you one thing quickly.
Yes, sir.
We are, in case you doubt me, you can actually pull up Google and look it up. We are the #1 state for inland fisheries in India. We have about 46,000 lakes and tanks in my state. We are the #1 state for inland fisheries in India. I am also in my constituency. Minushree, you should come see me because I'm setting up India's largest aqua hub in my state. A company called Fishin, which is an American company, is setting up an investment of 1,000 crores, and they are an anchor investor for this. What they are doing is they are actually, in fact, going to export tilapia from my state. In fact, trout fishes are also being raised in my state. Aqua Hub is something that I'm very upbeat about because an aqua university is also coming up, which is embedded. And we also are home to the poultry industry, Minushree, because poultry, again, can consume a lot of fish waste. Poultry feed can consume a lot of fish waste.
Yes.
So we are looking at the end-to-end kind of a thing, where, everything from rearing a fish seedling all the way to the fish waste is something that we can work together. So happy to, have you in my aqua hub, and it is in my constituency.
Sure,
तो अगर
sir.
आप आओगी तो मुझे शायद
सर मैं जरूर आऊंगी सर. सर मैं प्रेम से रिक्वेस्ट करके I will have an appointment with you, sir. Kindly allow us an appointment, sir. We'll showcase our product as well.
Please.
Thank you, sir.
look forward
Thank
to
you very
meeting
much.
you. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Minushree. Next question, please. We have just
Hello.
6 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah. Hello, sir. I Tukaram from Krishigati Private Limited. So actually, we have developed the India's first ever electric bull who can take care the all kind of intercultural operations for all kind of food grain farm. Even
आपने कहा electric bull?
Yeah, electric bull. Recently, the Better India has covered the story of electric bull, and 200 plus farmer from Telangana has inquired about the machines, and we are very happy to provide the electric bull for Telangana state. But most of farmer has request to can we provide them some subsidy from Telangana government. So about that, actually, I have the request for you. You can use that bull in your farm if you have farmhouse, and you can experience the strength and the activity that bull can carried out in your geography. Also, we are recently working on the mechanization which can take care of your slurry making, then planting the paddies and the harvesting the paddies. Because I have heard about the fishing that you are taking in farm itself with a paddy from your farmers, and we are actually taking care of that both fishing and the paddy crop. So that's why we are humble request for you.
हम आप हिंदी समझते हो?
या बिल्कुल
समझते हैं. तो मैं हिंदी में बोलना चाहता हूँ.
प्लीज.
पहली बात तो है कि आज इलेक्ट्रिक बुल की आपने बात की. मैं जानता नहीं हूँ आइडिया कहाँ से आया आपको, बट मैं दो चीज कहना चाहता हूँ. एक तो है कि आप and I'm just looking at your product actually. I believe Better India has covered it. Is this the product?
Yes, perfectly right.
Good. So मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ, अगर आप फार्म मैकेनाइजेशन पे तो हम लोग बहुत पैसा खर्च करते हैं. Harvester, transplanter, we have a lot of rotavators, we have a bunch of different equipment.
Yes.
Micro irrigation, draping, etc., etc. We do all of that. But electric bull, I haven't heard. Honestly, I've just seen it. What we could do is we could give you a demo because we have an agri hub here. और हमारे KVK बहुत हैं. आप डेमो दे सकते हो. अगर फार्मर को पसंद आया तब जाके आप definitely the market is yours. But there's a lot of discussion on bulls. I'm glad you're talking about electric bulls and not others.
Yes, recently government of Maharashtra has initiated the DPR. 90% has been completed. They have considered this bull into the POCRA scheme, that is a project on climate resilient agriculture.
नाम कुछ और लगाना यार, थोड़ा गड़बड़ लग रहा है ये. इलेक्ट्रिक बुल माने लोगों को थोड़ा कंफ्यूज कर जाएगा थोड़ा.
नहीं.
और करके मार्केट करो.
आप बताओ सर, वो भी ऐड कर देंगे उसके साथ.
ठीक है, आ जाइए हैदराबाद एक बार. एग्री डिपार्टमेंट से मिला देते हैं आपको, केवी के ले जाते हैं. फिर वहाँ जाने के बाद जैसा आपको अच्छा लगा, उनको अच्छा लगा, किसान को दिखाते हैं. किसान को अगर पसंद आए तो आपको nobody can stop you.
Thank you sir, thank you very much.
Hello sir.
Hello.
Hello, sir. I'm Ram Shankar, Chief Executive Officer at MaxPed Technologies, a startup from Coimbatore. We are into the smart manufacturing solutions. We provide digital and robots for large industrial companies to the SME level. For the last 6 years, we are implementing this. What we found is, one side, the technology is growing, but the other side, the skill sets in the industry is not up to the level of technology. So, in the task team, what you have in the Telangana Skills and Knowledge, is there any program for smart manufacturing related trainings, upskilling, reskilling available where we can contribute our curriculum, what we build from our experience?
Thank you, Ram Shankar. In fact, great question. I'll tell you two answers to your. Firstly, I'm glad you're doing well. Two answers. One, I was in Japan in 2015 and then 16 as well. One of the things I admire about Japan and Germans is their manufacturing power, manufacturing prowess, how good they are in terms of adopting to new technologies, etc. So we came up with an idea. We, in fact, large Japanese companies which manufacture out of India. For instance, Toshiba manufactures electric transformers, capacitors, etc. from my state. They employ about 6,000 people. So what we did with them was, we together, we have ITIs, as you know, Industrial Training Institutes. We have asked Toshiba to adopt one of the ITIs, and now today what they've launched in Telangana is called as a JIM, a Japanese Advanced Institute, Advanced Manufacturing Institute. So all the new age manufacturing techniques that are available in the world, they are actually imparting it here. The other thing I can tell you, companies like Schneider are also headquartered in Telangana, are also having a significant base in Telangana. Recently, one of the Schneider factories here in Hyderabad has won the Industry 4.2 award for smart manufacturing. What we should do together, not only task, in fact, industry should work with us, because task by itself can do so much. But I think if industry works with us, for example, if you wanted to come in and adopt an ITI and start working on, generating the next gen, set of human resources, I think it's a win-win for us. For me, from my state, it would be providing employment. For you, it would be creating a feeder of quality human resources. So I would love for you to also set up your factory, but what I would want you to do is possibly come, work with us and kind of adopt an ITI, train them, because our youngsters are extremely good at adopting new technologies and learning newer things. So smart manufacturing is certainly something that I'd look forward to. And if you are keen, then we can have Prem connect us and take the conversation forward quickly.
Sure, sir. We will do that.
Thank you so much. Just the last question. Let's be mindful.
Yeah, good morning, sir. This is Srinivas from MLIT Poultry Mon. We are incubated in T-Hub. And it has been a big help in establishing ourselves in the real-time remote monitoring system. Having done that, we need really help on this studying the bird behavioral pattern. That's our dream project in integration with the environmental parameter. So we need help in two things. One is on the infrastructure side, because it's really need a infrastructure, as well as help in penetrating into the market on the perspective. So we prove that we are the technology will take us not only within India, globally also it will be acceptable, and it will be very economical and price effective, in other words. Thank you, sir.
I presume you're talking about, Srini, the poultry industry?
We are in poultry Mon.
Right. So poultry, you know that Hyderabad and Telangana is the poultry capital of India.
Yes, very encouraging in these two major states. Yes, so that is how we picked up in these two states as a poultry.
So what we could do is, we have a honorable member of parliament who belongs to my party. He in fact runs one of the largest hatcheries in India. It's called SR Hatcheries. I can introduce you to him. Wahan jaake kaam karo. Once there is an opportunity for you to actually do something good, I'm sure he will introduce, because I think he's also the president of the Poultry Association. So you can work with them. I think it's a B2B kind of an engagement. The government can do the role of an enabler. I will not promise you more than that, but I can get you the intro. I think it's the merit of your product from there on.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. That'll be all. And thank you so much, Mr. KTR, for giving us your time. It was a wonderful opportunity to talk to you. And Over to Mr. Prem.
Yeah, Honorable Minister, thank you very much for taking the time. I have 3 points to make, and quick ones. Number one, I'm only glad there are only 50 companies and not 500. Then else my email ID would have been blowing with a lot of more requests to come into Telangana. So I'm glad on that part. On point number 2 is I'm going to invite ourselves into your inauguration on the 28th to come over to the hub. Yes, and we'll work with you, collaborate with you, and get these companies over there. And number 3 is, if time permits, I will also invite myself to your after party for your birthday. All right. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you.
For the opportunity. Thank you. Connect. Thank you. Good seeing you all.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Hi, how are you?
I think that clearly was the highlight of the day till now. There were a lot more questions that were left unanswered because there was paucity of time and Honorable Minister had to go, so we had to finish it here. Thank you so much, Ms. Kanan Tandi, for moderating this so well for us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before I invite the next startup founder for the presentation in the pitch session, we would like to go back to the presentation of Ms. Gauri Mahesh of Learning Matters. There was a video that she wanted to play out that didn't play out at the time when she intended to. So we would like you to please, would you like me to join? Yeah, come. So we would like to play that video for you so that she can finish her presentation. Thank you.
They, what, his, him, he, when, her, said to run. The cat runs. To stand. The hen stands. To eat. The rat eats. To run.
Good job. Now repeat after me. The cat runs.
The cat runs.
Very good. Say it again. The cat runs.
The cat runs.
Correct. Repeat after me. To stand.
The cat runs. To stand, the hen stands. To eat, the rat eats. To write, the pen writes. To fill, the cup falls. To jump, the pig jumps.
Thank you so much. That was Mahalakshmi's journey with Tara. And thank you, Pontaq team. Together we grow, yes. Thank you for supporting me with the downloaded version of the video. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Gauri. And now let's move on to a startup that's adding efficiency to poultry with the help of robotics. It analyzes and warns farmers about unhealthy birds, extreme temperatures, wet ground, making farm management hassle-free. Please welcome Suchit Sharma, founder and director of Uma Robotics.
Hello everyone, I'm Suchit Sharma from Uma Robotics. So today I will focus more on the industrial part of our company. For agricultural use cases, you can talk to me later. With the rise of e-commerce and manufacturing in India, there is a huge demand of automated material handling and logistics solutions. In fact, the market for logistics has been increasing by 10.5% CAGR currently, and there is a 2 times increase in need of automated material handling solutions. Because doing this manually normally costs huge amount of cost, error, problems like cost, errors, and safety issues. So there is a report from Deloitte which shows that the companies adopting smart factory initiatives show 10% increase in production value. So in response to that, you can see companies like Amazon, which invested $775 million in Kiva Robotics for material handling. So they reported that there is a 20% reduction in their cost and 5-time increase in their cycle time by using robotics and material handling solution. And by the date, Amazon is using 2 lakh robots in their warehouses. Similar pattern is coming to India. Companies like Flipkart, they used 350 robots in their Bangalore facility and reported 2 times increase in their cycle speed. So that's what is happening with the large companies. But this is the reality. So 6.3 crore small and medium-sized companies of India, they're far beyond use of automation. And in fact, even the larger companies, 69% of the factories don't even have single unit of automation. So mostly, why is it happening? So the reason is high time and cost of deployment of robotic solutions. So the cost of deployment is up to 10 times higher than even the hardware cost. Also, India needs customized solutions. For example, for material handling, the surfaces of Indian factories are very broken, unorganized, and normal AGVs and other solutions don't work there. Plus, we have a mixture of indoor, outdoor environments where normal robotic solutions don't work. And also, the user needs training. Our users are not all educated. So that's where we come in. We have faster deployment and lower affordability, like lower cost, plus customized solution for India, and which are easy to use. So how do we do that? So apart from autonomous robots, we also have guided robots like person following and other guided solutions, which help them 10 times faster deployment and up to 3 times lower cost in robots. Our robots can also run in outdoors and uneven surfaces. So they are perfectly fitting for Indian factory floors. I will show you later in videos. And also they are very easy to use. So even just by pressing some buttons and some mobile apps, you can start using the robot. So you don't need to learn and integrate the robots with software solutions. So that's what makes us completely fitting for small, mid-sized companies of India. I will show the video later to you. You don't have to read everything, but apart from direct sales of robot, to make it easily adoptable, we also offer robot as a service model. So you can take our robot at a monthly price, and this helps small companies to quickly take solutions which currently most of them don't understand, but with the small prices, they can start using it and see the value in their processes. I'll go not in detail too much with the text, but just to mention, we are doing all the manufacturing of hardware, software, all by ourselves. Our sales channel right now is mostly directly selling through social media, but we will also use dealership models for future. We got incorporated last year in August, and since then we have been through several grants, including STPI. We also got into EvolveX Accelerator and Chunauti 2.0. Last month we got Nidhi Prayas grant from IIT Roorkee, and last week we got selected for Startup Uttarakhand Challenge as a winner. We also deployed our first robot this month with a Fortune 500 company recently in Chennai. So how are we different from other companies? While other companies are focusing on low cost and high cost technology focused on smooth surfaces, we are working in low cost, user focused, and on rough and outdoor surfaces. So I'll skip this part. So our team, we are experienced team of more than 20 years experience in robotics, machine learning, AI, and also in business development. So I would like to show you video of our robots. If you can press on the image on the left side, the video will start automatically. Yeah, allow. So maybe, okay, I think the video is not possible right now, but basically I can show you the video later after the talk if you come to me. So like I can conclude by saying that currently the world is moving to industry 4.0, that is making the factories digitalized. And we want to take India from industry 1.0, 2.0 to industry 4.0. So we want to take India to the place where other companies in European nations are going. And that's what we are, UMA Robotics. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sushit, for that presentation and all the very best for your future endeavors. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, now we present to you a non-invasive monitor in the labor room that decreases infant and maternal morbidity and mortality rates. That's FIDIS MedTech. To talk more about that, may I invite the director of the company, Dr. M. Gayatri, onto the stage. In case you need to use this and the center stage, this is for your presentation. You can just keep clicking.
I am Dr. Gayatri. My company is FIDIS MedTech and my product is Jananya. FIDIS means trust. Jananya means motherhood. So I think I am the odd man out of this room. Many engineers, many technology people and all of them are there. I am the only person I think talking about the human beings, live human beings I am talking about. My device is going to work on the laboring women. Old age methods we are using till now to know the progress of the labor by digital examinations. By digital examinations, that is the invasive methods. By one person or many persons, depending upon the size of the hospitals. Because I have worked in the government hospitals for 30 years of experience. So I can talk about the village people and the tribal people and middle class people. Most of the people coming to the higher hospitals are those type of people. And many people means in the district hospitals or little bigger hospitals, many deliveries at a time they occur. In the labor room, 6-7 patients may be there. Many people going and coming in out of the labor room, they can produce the infection in the labor room. And by seeing the invasive methods of examination to know the progress of the labor, many people, if they do that, soft tissue will be getting damaged and the infection will be there in the mother. That goes to the ascending infection to the fetus also. In order to cut down that infections and all those things, I wanted to have a non-invasive device which can give the same information what I am getting with my digital examinations. So, what is it going to do that? I put the device on the abdomen of the, sorry. Yeah, I'll put my device in the abdomen of the laboring woman. What is labor? The uterus will be there, inside the baby will be there, and their cervix. Once the intrapartum is, antenatal 9 months, intrapartum is the delivery process, and the postpartum is the after delivery. So in the intrapartum, in the beginning, the pains are very less and not much frequency and not much high amplitude. As the delivery progresses, the frequency of the pains will be more and the amplitude of the pain contractions also more. The pains are nothing but the uterine contractions. Unless the uterus contracts, the baby cannot come out. You can see that one. In the first picture, it is non-contracting uterus, or only 1 or 2 centimeter dilatation of the cervix. Unless the uterine contracts, the baby cannot be pushed down. Unless the baby pushed, the cervix cannot be dilated, the baby cannot come out. This is the process of the delivery. Just I am briefing it. In the beginning, it will be closed. When the progress of the labor, the cervix slowly dilates that one. And once it is dilated, means the baby comes out. But the baby's biparatal diameter means these 2 bones are parietal bones. That biparatal diameter is 10 centimeters. Unless that 10 centimeters dilatation of the cervix is that baby cannot come out. So, in order to know that, we will be repeatedly doing the distal examination. Not with intention to give any pain or tension to the patient, but if I don't do that, I may miss something. But it's a confusing state even if I do some night duties or something like that. One patient will shout with a single pain also. She will be okay, but her attendants, husband, all the people will come and ask us to do the PV examination again. Again I am putting my finger, again I am producing the infection. The other patient, she doesn't shout. That means the pain threshold may be more for this first lady, and it is very less for the second lady. If I keep quiet without examining the second person, thinking that she is not progressing the labor, it's a mistake. She may be almost at the 9 centimeter dilatation. If I don't go and see that, again she will deliver the baby, some casualties may occur, baby may fall on that. So it's a confusion even a senior gynecologist also. That's why we will be doing more and more. And because of our population, many deliveries are occurring in teaching hospitals or in big hospitals. So many people will be going and seeing, and a lot of traffic in the labor room, and many times they are doing the examinations. All these things are putting together, there is an infection. Why should a baby should get that in first day or second day infection? When it opens the first time in the labor room to see the world, it takes a breath first time in the labor room, thinking that's a beautiful world like that. From the sterile womb of the mother. Why should it get? It's a shameful part on our part also, doctors also. Instead of taking away the pain, infection, everything when they come to the hospital, we are on top of, we are giving other infections also for her. So the main point in our this thing, everybody will talking about the infection and all those things. But in the beginning, I started writing the notes when I applied for the patent. This is the giving respect to the dignity of a mother. If I do that, definitely automatically the other things will come. It's a handing glow. If I do that, I will stop the people going in and out. I can stop the invasive methods. I can stop the infection also. Automatically it comes. So that is the main point in our this thing. And 50% of the population of the world nearly occupied by the females. Very few percent when they don't want children or any genetical defect or anatomical defect. Otherwise, everybody, if you think your grandmothers also, every female will go through this process at one day or other day. Twice or thrice, depending upon the number of children. So, why all these days, this sector of the people, huge population, why it is neglected? Is it being a female gender? Even including me, I also thought that, oh, this is the destiny of the female. We have to bear down the pains like this. We have to expose our private parts to all the doctors, all the staff. Why should we do all those things? Since 25-30 years, there is a lot of improvement in the medical diagnostic methods, diagnostic tools and surgeries and medical treatment. A lot of improvement there. Why not this particular thing? And they all are the patients, that's the pathological condition. Here these are not the patients. This is not the pathological condition. It's a physiological condition. Half of the world population is being suffered like this. So many, even they are keeping all the chips and all those things inside the heart, inside the brain also, moving brain, moving heart. Why not here? Why nobody think about this? Why don't you remove that pain, tension, agony, shame feeling, and psychological depressions also after the delivery, postpartum? They feel. And when I approached many people, students, servants, workers, labor, housewives, lecturers, and even their husbands also. You are seeing the pictures. Once the wife is, delivering inside, the husband will get the pains outside. So even those people also know that the importance of this device. Every nook and corner I have selected the people and I have to, you are doing a wonderful job, madam, but how? I need a lot of support because I am from different profession, medical profession. I don't know alphabets of the technology or electrons, no. Once it is finished, I can use ECG or Peter Doppler, anything. But I don't know how to use. I don't know where to go, whom to touch, whom to talk. That's why I am requesting on this, from this dais, the higher officials or somebody, you please give an idea to the doctors. We have many ideas in our mind, but we don't know whom to touch, whom to talk. At least you put one lesson in my medical books, in the last lesson for 5 pages. There is a collaboration should be there from the medical side and the engineering side. I lost a lot of time in touching the people. Once I got the patent, I thought that nobody has done since 20 years. I am great, I felt I'm great, because people will come to me, no, it has not happened. So after seeing my publishing of the journal in somewhere, somebody called me. Even in Telangana also, they didn't call me. I am from Hyderabad. They didn't call me. That they suggested 1 or 2 points because I am not good at that. I don't know whom to touch. At last, somebody called me, but because of our innocence in our knowledge or how to go on, because of my profession, we never went to one after one. We never get any support from them. These are the difficulties and hurdles in my district. Almost 5-6 months wasted. So, if I get this device, we can treat our, not treat, we can prevent the infections from labor room, from the mother, from the baby, and it's a small contribution to the nation also to decrease morbidity and mortality of the IMR and MMR. That means infant mortality and maternal mortality. We have done a lot since last 5 years. Now we are seeing the records. Today the IMR is very low in Telangana. You believe it? It was a lot of 131 or something there. Today it is only 21 per 1,000 live births. And maternal mortality it was 130 or something like that. Now today it's only 56 per 1 lakh live births. This has all happened since 5 years, last 5 years we worked, because I worked in the state administration also. We know how to implement all the programs and all those things. As somebody said, this is what, because this is the place, otherwise I cannot open my mouth anywhere. All the people are here. That's why it took a lot of time. Thank you very much then.
Thank you, Dr. Gayatri. Your passion for what you do is clearly visible. Thank you so much for filling us in with all the details of your product. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, this is now a subject that concerns all of us, that is wealth management. When it comes to wealth management, we are always wanting someone to give us a transparent and unbiased advice. And this is what the next startup story is all about. I would like to request on stage Mr. Praveen Parthisarthi, Chief Product Officer and co-founder of Stream Data Tech, that offers My Money Usage, an online wealth management platform that empowers investors with unbiased and transparent information. Mr. Praveen Parthisarthi.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know I'm like standing between you and lunch, so I'll want to keep it as short as possible. So, so I'm the co-founder of My Money Sage. So to get started, let's look at the challenges which we are facing as of now in the present environment. So as per a survey by Economic Times, this one, right? This one? Yeah, sorry. Back? Yeah. So as per a survey by Economic Times, we have close to 1 lakh crore of people's money, which is like put up in various funds across, and there's nobody to claim that fund. And on the other hand, we have almost like 3/4 of the Indian population, which are like financially illiterate. So when I say illiterate, they don't have any clue of risk management, and they don't have any clue of how to maintain their funds. So we have another challenge, which is like 82% of urban Indians are not even prepared for their like entire retirement life. Almost like only 56% have taken care of it for the next 5 years, which is 60 to 65. As per the recent trends, it's like estimated that women will be like almost having a life expectancy of close to 73 in 2023 and almost 80 in 2030. So to cater to the next 20 years, we have nobody which is like planned for it. So that is where we see a $1 billion business opportunity, which is like as of now required for the financial planning and the wealth management sector. So what is that, which is the solution which we will be like presenting to you, is like most of the people who come to us ask for a tangible and an intangible benefit. So what we are like creating a solution is like, we will be like ensuring that we give you an inflation adjusted return. So which means we don't charge you even a single penny if you're not able to give you an inflation adjusted return, which I claim is 7.04% as of May. And the next one is like, we are here to give you a self-sustainable retirement corpus for the entire lifetime. So whoever is the client who comes to us, we ensure that you take your life expectancy to be 85, and that's how the whole planning is done. It's not like done on 65 or 70. So we ensure you that whatever money we save for you is till 85. And we also like reduce the dependency on government schemes, which we used to have like in the past when we had PSU sectors having a retirement corpus for the clients. But unfortunately, in the recent times, we don't have it. So obviously, all the startups here can also like come and have a word with us for the retirement schemes of all your employees. And on the intangible side, we are like looking at financial inclusion and literacy. And when it comes to the happiness and index and peace of mind, it's always the Nordic countries which come on top. Why is that? It's only Finland which needs to be on the top. We also can be on the top with regards to that as well. So that is also one offering which is like taken into mind when we like are working on our products. Then to just get started and give you a brief about like who we are My Money Sage. We are a 60,000 strong investor community, and we have 10,000 investors who have like got benefit from various programs which we have on our platform. I would also ask you to visit our blog, which is mymoneysage.in/blog, to look at the various benefits we have. As of now, we have a single plan which is called the Platinum Plan, where we do an one-on-one consultation with our clients. And we are also working on another like offering, which is like do it yourselves, where you can like come in, just log in with your broker's account, and within flat 3 minutes we'll be able to give you your financial plan, which will be like ready, and you can like implement that plan as soon as possible. So with regards to my team, we have rightly said in the founders wall, we have Mr. Kishore, who is the innovator. We have like Pratima, who, because of which we are part of this STPI program, and she is a dreamer, and it's me. And we are also looking for a curious tech founder. So that is what is missing in the slide. And the impact which we are like trying to create is to the tune of like 100 million USD in the next 5 years, and a positive impact of financial well-being for at least 10 million people, and at least 500 jobs to be created in the next 3 years. So this also follows the Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory, like how there are 5 stages. Here there are 3 stages which we have put up with. So to start with, only when we achieve this 500 jobs, we'll be able to create a positive impact on 10 million people. And on the last stage, which is the self-actualization stage as per Maslow's theory, we'll be able to generate 100 million USD. So both the governments which were there, we can be rest assured that only when we create the jobs, we'll be able to create the $1 million impact which we are like claiming. Then finally, with regards to the ask, we are like looking for a cloud infrastructure and an office space to scale up to 500 people, access to local technical manpower. I recently saw an RBI's report which was like claiming that local manpower, technical manpower is like very much like available in like cities like Chennai and Coimbatore, and with regards to Telangana in cities like Hyderabad and Ongole, and also a funding requirement of $1 million is our ask to get our next product, which is the DIY product, kicking and running. So thanks for your time. If you don't have your path to your financial freedom, you can very well come and visit our site. We'll be more than happy to assist. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Praveen, for that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I know that I'm coming in the way of you and your lunch. But let me tell you that what we have lined up next for you is totally worth staying hungry for. If you remember that at the beginning of the day, I spoke about a specially curated suspense for all of you. It's time for us to reveal it. And before we do that, I would just like you to make note that only a fund that's just not about numbers, but has its heart and a heart in the right place would put such a beautiful thing together. May we please unveil the suspense.
Passion for you.
Your determination and perseverance has gotten you this far.
Requires great courage, fortitude and resilience.
You will surely get the success very soon.
You are an inspiration for me.
Hats off.
Lots of certificates, trophies.
Set up an app as a startup. My son and daughter-in-law have set up an app as a startup and they are doing fairly well so far. I hope they get more funding from you guys so that they can monetize their product and make it a grand success.
Never in my wildest dreams did I think that you will be doing business. Education has been a passion for you and I'm very, very happy that you are able to pursue it. I feel honored to have been able to support you and I'll continue to do so. You and your team have been doing a wonderful job. All the best to you and Learning Matters team.
I think it's such a tough job to be an entrepreneur under normal circumstances. But to choose to become an entrepreneur during a pandemic, it's not just challenging, but requires great courage, fortitude and resilience. And I think Polomi and her entire team at Silver Genie have shown that. What Silver Genie is doing under the leadership of Polomi will change the way senior care is in India, will change the way we look at our seniors and what we can do for them. Hats off to Polomi and her entire team for taking this up.
The best year, that is 2018, when you have started this journey. So me as well as every one of us in the same family, we are very much confident that you will surely get the success very soon.
Wish you all the best.
Jags, first of all, we love you a lot and you are an inspiration for me and I'm sure for many others. Your vision, your dedication, your hard work and your simplicity are absolutely incredible. And I just love the way you take care of everyone along. I'm thankful to God that you are in our lives and I pray that you achieve the greatest heights in your career.
In her childhood, I have observed two good qualities with her. One is determination and another is leadership. She is doing very nice when she became co-founder of Cognitive. She is pulling well, very nice. She got selected in Goa circle, she got selected in Odisha circle and doing very nice. I am now very happy with her and I wish all the success.
మనం ఫస్ట్ మీట్ అయినప్పుడు మీరు చెప్పిండ్రి you wanted to do something on your own. Your determination and perseverance has gotten you this far and it will lead you further too. I'm very happy for you.
Instead of all the difficulties a startup faces, he is working
really hard to make it a success. And it is doing very good.
I feel so delighted to see my house full of their achievements in the form of cups, lots of certificates, trophies, medals and whatnot. I just wish them success in their all endeavors, in their project, in their business, in everything they do. All my best wishes, lots of love and a big, big hug to both of you.
पता लगा है, कर रहा है, किसानों से जुड़ा हो काम है, तो बढ़िया है, हमें गर्व है, हमारा बेटा अच्छा काम कर रहा है किसानों के हित के लिए.
He is a hard worker, genius and altruistic person. He is role model of my life. I learned a lot of things from him.
Happy to be the kind of person she is, and as of now I have known that she has worked many years in IT sector and she left the job to start her own company. Starting her own company is not an easy task. From getting an idea and turning that into a company and a business and getting into an entrepreneurship is not an easy task. We all know that in this current situation, and working hard and giving the dedicated time towards it is more important, and she has achieved it. Heartily congratulations to you on the fundraise, and all the best and more success to you.
We are proud of you.
We are all very proud of you, Pauline.
Udayaditya, Astha, proud of you.
Proud of you.
We have proud on you.
All our entire family is so proud of her.
I am proud of you.
I'm proud of you.
I am so proud of you for being part of this wonderful event.
We are proud of you.
Your spouses, your siblings, your children, your nephews. Can we please cheer for the Pontaq team that's put this together? Mr. Prem, we need you on stage at this moment. So he's been so passionate about this. I'm told there are just so many editions of this that were made, and he had to finally approve. What really went behind putting this together, Mr. Prem? We would like to hear from you.
Yeah, I think...
Can we have the mic up, please? The handheld?
Sure.
I'll just give it.
I think it's all about the family, isn't it? We all do everything for the family, and what really went behind this was Vidya did not have time to sleep. That's what happened. Vidya, raise your hand, please. Yeah, that's Vidya operations. When the thought came through, we were discussing and other things, and I told Vidya, no one else in Pontaq should know about it. And then she said, oh, how do we actually get to the kit and kin of everybody? And we had to really make up that SEBI came up with a new regulation that they all wanted emergency contacts of everybody. So we did that, right? So we did that. And then, please, it's within the closed 4 doors, yeah? So we did that, and we got all the people, and she was chasing for the kit and kin's details, and then she was chasing a lot of people. The time was too short. We tried to reach as many people as possible, given other things that we had. And then we were actually kind of creating this video in one of our studios. A lot of things happened behind the scenes there as well, and all of a sudden when we had a big thud, and we went and said what was happening, and the 2 senior officials were actually locked out in a room. So that also happened. So a lot of things, and we were actually shouting as to what we're really trying to do. So the core of this is we exist because of our families. We do it for our families. And they are not here. How can we make them part of it? Okay, so welcome to the family. We all are one family. Thank you.
Hold on, Mr. Prem, hold on. I think the tech team is saying they forgot to, there was a technical glitch and they forgot to play a video. Sorry, we will just go through that video. Mr. Prem, yeah.
To meet you on this important day, and thanks to the team for giving me this opportunity. And as you know, this is the first thing I am doing without your knowledge. You have been always innovative, Prem, in all your efforts, and that was how Pontaq was born. And your dream of creating more employment opportunities and giving extended educational facilities have been fulfilled. You have been capitalizing on every opportunity that came to you. And now, here you are, sitting in the capital of India and enjoying this great event of Pontaq. And my great appreciation to your team members for having been supporting you like rocks in all your efforts. Mom and me wish you many more feathers in your cap.
Thank you. It was indeed a surprise, and I think one of Rajiv did text me this morning, I should meet your dad, the guy you met him. I think beyond words, but one thing I will tell you, very humble beginnings, and dad used to be in insurance, and he said, he tells me every day you should excel in life, excel in life. What I did not tell you as when does he tell me that? He told me that every single day at 3:30 in the morning. That's when I wake up. That's when he wakes up just to help me study, and he will bring all the files from the office and we both will study together. So thanks, Dad. Thanks, Mom.
But the surprise doesn't end here. We have 2 more videos to be played out for 2 very, very special people. Let's watch them.
All of Pontaq's portfolio companies are pioneers of innovation. It is wonderful to see the sort of products and services coming out of their stables. I am eagerly looking forward to meeting all the groundbreaking founders and to play a small part in helping them spread their wings and reach new horizons.
We are very excited to meet all the vibrant startup founders who are also one of the strongest pillars of the nation. At the same time, I am very thrilled to know about your passion towards upbringing the startup with the culture of sustainable goals. We are very excited to meet all of you at the event. Thank you.
So that's Nikhil. Nikhil, where are you? Just raise your hand. Shripriya, where are you? Can you please cheer for these 2 really, really important people who really helped us put this event together? So before I actually let you break for lunch, if I can just have the hostess help me with the mics going to the crowd. Since this was done for you, we would like to know how you felt watching this. Ms. Tandi, I saw you tearing up on your dad's message. Can you just get the mic on there, please?
Thank you so much, and just wanted to tell you this, no problem, thanks, that my father has never really appreciated me, so So this was a wonderful opportunity for me to look at him, and every time I'm still tearing up. So thank you so much, Pontaq, for putting this together. It means a lot to me. Thanks.
Hello. Yeah. Thanks to Prem and team from Pontaq. He is very much, out of his busy schedule, he is very much reachable on ad hoc calls as well, without any appointment. Even if he is busy, he leaves a message and he'll come back and he'll give a valuable inputs for my, wherever the pain area I'm facing. Thanks to Pontaq and team again.
Anyone else wanting to share their experience? Yeah, here please. Can you have this gentleman get the mic?
Yeah, hi. Only one thing to say about my interaction with the Prem and the team. When we started this, Prem said we are a team, and I really feel that it's not just hollow words. So hats off to Pontaq and hats off to Prem. You are truly a mentor more than an investor. So thank you.
Would anyone else like to share their experience about their relationship with Pontaq? Yeah.
Yeah, he's an amazing host. If you get to London, he'll take you to some of the best pubs. So, other than being a great investor, hang around with him for a great time in life.
Considering we have 41% of women founders in the bracket, would like to hear more from women here. Anyone here would like to share their experience of being a part of Pontaq family?
Yeah, this was our first equity-based funding process. So Amrita and I were co-founders. We were very skeptical. Prem, we were so skeptical, and we were like, whether we should sign the docs or not. A lot of to and forth. But Prem was, he's the main person why we went and signed. So thanks a ton, Prem. We're always there. Amrita is so precious of you. I seriously, I couldn't, understand. I couldn't even, how come a person of his caliber is so available, so easily available? So thank you very much. Yeah, it means a lot.
So, that is why we didn't say Pontaq founders. We said Pontaq family members. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Yes, I am the Polo Me of Silver Genie. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my journey, and it started with actually STPI. Subodh sir, the Chunauti grant, I was still a professional then. And I went and pitched, and Faisal is here, and I just want to say a little event. There was a coordination, and only one person was allowed to go and pitch, but 4 of us were present to go in and pitch. And Prem was there on that panel, and for some reason, they did not allow me in, and they allowed Faisal in. So from that day, and I was given a second chance. And that made me realize the power of STPI, the leadership for its entrepreneurs. Today we are at Chunauti 2.0. We've covered the whole journey, and this would not have been possible without STPI, without Prem. I am grateful, and to that family you saw out there. So thank you.
Thank you, and all the very best. So it's been great since morning, and I think watching this video was very heartwarming and very special for all of us. And we promise to keep the second half of the day also as exciting. But for now, we'll let you break for lunch, but join us back on time because there's a lot more exciting stuff, many interesting, insightful sessions lined up for you ahead. Thank you.
you.